Wave Sound Audio presents an unabridged recording of The Chain by Adrian Mckinty, narrated by January Lavoie.
Part 1. All the Lost Girls. 1. Thursday, 7:55 a.m. She's sitting at the bus stop checking the likes on her Instagram feed and doesn't even notice the man with the gun until he's almost next to her. She could have dropped her school bag and run across the marshes. She's a nimble 13-year-old, and she knows all the swamps and quicksands of Plum Island. There's a little morning sea fog, and the man is big and clumsy. He'd be nervous about pursuit, and he'd certainly have to give up the chase before the school bus came at 8 o'clock. All this goes through her head in a second. The man is now standing right in front of her. He's wearing a black ski mask and pointing the gun at her chest. She gasps and drops her phone. This clearly isn't a joke or a prank. It's November now. Halloween was a week ago.
"Do you know what this is?"
the man asks.
"It's a gun,"
Kylie says.
"It's a gun pointed at your heart. If you scream or struggle or try to run, I'm going to shoot you. Do you understand?"
She nods.
"All right, good. Keep calm. Put this blindfold on. What your mother does in the next 24 hours will determine whether you live or die. And if we do let you go, we don't want you to be able to identify us."
Trembling, Kylie puts on the padded, elasticized blindfold. A car pulls in next to her. The door opens.
"Get in. Watch your head,"
the man says. She fumbles her way into the car. The door shuts behind her. Her mind races. She knows she shouldn't have gotten into the vehicle. That's how girls vanish. That's how girls vanish every day. If you get in the car, it's over. If you get in the car, you're lost forever. You don't get in the vehicle. You turn around and you run, run, run. Too late. "Put her seatbelt on," a woman says from the front seat. Kylie starts to cry under the blindfold. The man climbs into the back seat next to her and puts her seatbelt on.
"Please, just try to keep calm, Kylie. We really don't want to hurt you,"
he says.
"This has got to be a mistake,"
she says.
"My mom doesn't have any money. She doesn't start her new job until—"
"Tell her not to talk," the woman snaps from the front seat.
"It's not about the money, Kylie," the man says. "Look, just don't talk, okay?"
The car drives off hastily in a slew of sand and gravel. It accelerates hard and moves up through the gears. Kylie listens as the car drives over the Plum Island Bridge, and with a wince, she hears the tubercular grumble of the school bus go by them.
"Keep it slow,"
the man says. The doors power lock, and Kylie curses herself for missing a chance. She could have unclicked the seatbelt, opened the door, rolled out. Blind panic is beginning to overwhelm her.
"Why are you doing this?"
she wails.
"What should I tell her?"
the man asks.
"Don't tell her anything. Tell her to shut the hell up,"
the woman replies.
"You need to be quiet, Kylie,"
the man says. The car is driving fast on what is probably Water Street near Newburyport. Kylie forces herself to breathe deep. In and out. In and out, the way the school counselors showed her in the mindfulness class. She knows that to stay alive, she has to be observant and patient. She's in the 8th grade accelerated program. Everybody says she's smart. She has to be calm and notice things and take her chances when they come. That girl in Austria had survived, and so had those girls in Cleveland. And she'd seen that Mormon girl who'd been kidnapped when she was 14 being interviewed on Good Morning America. They'd all survived. They'd been lucky. But maybe it was more than luck, too. She swallows another wave of terror that almost chokes her. Kylie hears the car drive up onto the Route 1 bridge at Newburyport. They're going over the Merrimack River toward New Hampshire.
Not so fast,
the man mutters, and the car slows for a few minutes, but then gradually begins to speed up again. Kylie thinks about her mom. She's driving to Boston this morning to see the oncologist. Her poor mom. This is going to... Oh my God, the woman who's driving says, suddenly horrified.
What is it?
The man asks. We just passed a cop car waiting over the state line.
It's okay. I think you're in the... No. Oh, Christ. His lights are coming on, the man says. He's pulling you over. You were going too fast. You have to stop.
I know, the woman replies.
It'll be okay. No one will have reported this car stolen yet. It's been on that side street in Boston for weeks.
The car's not the problem. She's the problem. Pass me the gun.
What are you going to do?
What can we do?
We can talk our way out of it, the man insists.
With a blindfolded, kidnapped girl in the back seat?
She won't say anything, will you, Kylie?
No, I promise.
Kylie whimpers. Tell her to be quiet. Take that thing off her face and tell her to lower her head and look down, the woman says.
Keep your eyes shut tight. Don't make a sound, the man says, taking the blindfold off and pushing Kylie's head down.
The woman pulls the car over, and the police vehicle presumably pulls in behind her. The woman is evidently watching the policeman in the rearview mirror. He's writing the license plate down in his logbook. Probably called it in on the radio, too, she says.
It's okay. You'll talk to him. It'll be fine.
All these state police prowlers have dash cams, don't they?
I don't know.
They'll be looking for this car. For 3 people. We'll have to hide the car in the barn, maybe for years.
Don't overreact. He's only going to write you a speeding ticket.
Kylie hears the crunch of the state trooper's boots as he steps out of his vehicle and walks toward them. She hears the woman roll down the driver's side window. Oh, God, the woman whispers as he approaches. The state trooper's boots stop crunching by the open window. Is there a problem, officer? The woman asks.
Ma'am, do you know how fast you were going?
The state trooper asks. No, the woman says.
I clocked you at 52. This is a restricted 25 school zone. I guess you didn't see the signs.
No, I didn't know there was a school around here.
It's heavily signposted, ma'am.
I'm sorry. I just didn't see them.
I'll have to see your...
The trooper begins, and pauses. Kylie knows he's looking at her. She's shivering all over.
Sir, is that your daughter in the seat next to you?
The trooper asks.
Yes,
the man says.
Miss, can you show me your face, please?
Kylie lifts her head, but keeps her eyes tightly shut. She's still trembling. The state trooper has seen that something is amiss. A half-second goes by while the cop, Kylie, the woman, and the man all decide what to do next. The woman groans, and then there is the sound of a single gunshot. 2. Thursday, 8:35 a.m. It's supposed to be a routine visit to the oncologist. A 6-month checkup to make sure that all is okay and that her breast cancer is still in remission. Rachel has told Kylie not to worry because she feels great, and everything is almost certainly fine. Secretly, of course, she knows that things might not be fine. Her appointment had originally been scheduled for the Tuesday before Thanksgiving, but she'd gotten some blood work done at the lab last week, and when Dr. Reed saw the results, she'd asked Rachel to come in this morning. First thing. Dr. Reed is a dour, even-keeled, unflustered woman originally from Nova Scotia, and she is not one for panicky overreaction. Rachel tries not to think about it as she drives south on I-95. What's the point of worrying? She doesn't know anything. Maybe Dr. Reed is going home for Thanksgiving and is scheduling all her appointments early. Rachel doesn't feel sick. In fact, she hasn't felt this good in a couple of years. For a while there, she had thought she was bad luck's favorite child. But all that has changed. The divorce is behind her. She's writing her philosophy lectures for the new job starting in January. Her post-chemo hair has mostly grown back, her strength has returned, and she's putting on weight. The psychic toll of the past year has been paid. She's back to the organized, in-control woman who worked 2 jobs to put Marty through law school and get them the house on Plum Island. She's only 35. She has her whole life ahead of her. Knock wood, she thinks, and pats a green bit of the dashboard she hopes is wood, but suspects is plastic. In the arcane clutter of the Volvo 240's cargo area, there's an old oak walking stick, but there's no point risking life and limb reaching back for that. The phone says it's 8:36 now. Kylie will be getting off the bus and strolling across the playground with Stuart. She texts Kylie the dumb joke she's been saving up all morning. How do you think the unthinkable? When Kylie doesn't respond after a minute, Rachel sends her the answer. With an iceberg. Still no response. Do you get it? Try it with a lisp, Rachel texts. Kylie is deliberately ignoring her. But, Rachel thinks with a grin, I'll bet Stuart's laughing. He always laughs at her dumb jokes. It's 8:38 now, and traffic is backing up. She doesn't want to be late. She's never late. Maybe if she gets off the interstate and takes Route 1? Canadians do Thanksgiving on a different day, she remembers. Dr. Reed must want her to come in because the test results don't look good. No, she says out loud and shakes her head. She's not going to fall into that old spiral of negative thinking. She's moving forward. And even if she still has a passport to the kingdom of the sick, that won't define her. That's behind her, along with the waitressing and the Uber driving and falling for Marty's lines. She's using her full potential at last. She's a teacher now. She thinks about her opening lecture. Maybe Schopenhauer is going to be too heavy for everyone. Maybe she should begin the class with that joke about Sartre and the waitress at the Her phone rings, startling her. Unknown caller, it says. She answers with the speakerphone. Hello?
2 things you must remember,
a voice says through some kind of speech distortion machine.
Number 1, you are not the first, and you will certainly not be the last. Number 2, remember, it's not about the money. It's about the chain.
This has to be some sort of prank, one part of her brain is saying. But other, deeper, more ancient structures in her cerebellum are beginning to react with what can only be described as pure animal terror. I think you must have the wrong number, she suggests. The voice continues obliviously.
In 5 minutes, Rachel, you will be getting the most important phone call of your life. You are going to need to pull your car over to the shoulder. You're going to need to have your wits about you. You will be getting detailed instructions. Make sure your phone is fully charged, and make sure also that you have a pen and paper to write down these instructions. I am not going to pretend that things are going to be easy for you. The coming days will be very difficult, but the chain will get you through.
Rachel feels very cold. Her mouth tastes of old pennies. Her head is light. I'm going to have to call the police or...
No police. No law enforcement of any kind. You will do just fine, Rachel. You would not have been selected if we thought you were the sort of person who would go to pieces on us. What is being asked of you may seem impossible now, but it is entirely within your capabilities.
A splinter of ice runs down her spine. A leak of the future into the present. A terrifying future that evidently will manifest itself in just a few minutes. "Who are you?" she asks.
Pray that you never find out who we are and what we are capable of.
The line goes dead. She checks the caller ID again, but the number is still not there. That voice, though. Mechanically disguised and deliberate. Assured, chilly, arrogant. What can this person mean about getting the most important phone call of her life? She checks her rearview mirror and moves the Volvo out of the fast lane and into the middle lane just in case another call really is coming in. She picks nervously at a line of thread that's coming off her red sweater, just as the iPhone rings again. Another unknown caller. She stabs at the green answer key. "Hello? Is this Rachel O'Neill?" a voice asks. A different voice. A woman. A woman who sounds very upset. Rachel wants to say no. She wants to ward off the impending disaster by saying that actually she has started using her maiden name again, Rachel Klein. But she knows there's no point. Nothing she can say or do is going to stop this woman from telling her that the worst has happened. "Yes," she says. "I'm so sorry, Rachel. I've got some terrible news for you. Have you got the pen and paper for the instructions?" "What's happened?" she asks, really scared now. "I've kidnapped your daughter." 3. Thursday, 8:42 a.m. The sky is falling. The sky is coming down. She can't breathe. She doesn't want to breathe. Her baby girl. No, it isn't true. Nobody has taken Kylie. This woman doesn't sound like a kidnapper. It's a lie. "Kylie's in school," Rachel says. "She's not. I've got her. I've kidnapped her." "You're not. It's a joke." "I'm deadly serious. We grabbed Kylie at the bus stop. I'm sending you a picture of her." A photo of a girl wearing a blindfold and sitting in the back seat of a car comes through as an attachment. She is wearing the same black sweater and tan wool coat that Kylie put on when she left today. She has Kylie's freckly, pixie nose and brown hair with red highlights. It's her, all right. Rachel feels sick. Her vision swims. She lets go of the steering wheel. Cars begin honking as the Volvo drifts out of its lane. The woman is still talking. "You have to remain calm, and you have to listen carefully to everything I say. You have to do it exactly the way I've done it. You must write down all the rules, and you cannot deviate from them. If you break the rules or call the police, you will be blamed, and I will be blamed. Your daughter will be killed, and my son will be killed. So write down everything that I am about to tell you." Rachel rubs her eyes. There's a roaring in her head that sounds like a giant wave about to break on top of her, about to smash her to smithereens. The worst thing in the world is really, actually happening. Has really happened. "I want to speak to Kylie, you bitch!" she screams, and then grabs the steering wheel and rights the Volvo, avoiding an 18-wheeler by inches. She pulls the Volvo across the final lane of traffic onto the shoulder. She skids to a halt and kills the engine as scores of drivers honk and yell obscenities. "Kylie's okay for now." "I'm calling the cops," Rachel cries. "No, you're not. I need you to calm down, Rachel. I wouldn't have picked you if I thought you were the type who would lose your cool. I've researched you. I know about Harvard and your recovery from cancer. I know about your new job. You're an organized person, and I know you're not going to screw this up. Because if you do, it's real simple. Kylie is going to die, and my boy is going to die. Now get a piece of paper and write this down." Rachel takes a deep breath and grabs a date book from her purse. "Okay," she says. "You're in the chain now, Rachel. We both are. And the chain is going to protect itself.
So first thing is no cops. If you ever talk to a cop, the people who run the chain will know, and they'll tell me to kill Kylie and pick a different target, and I will. They don't care about you or your family. All they care about is the security of the chain. Got that?
No police, Rachel says in a daze.
Second thing is burn phones. You need to buy anonymous burn phones that you use just once to make all your calls, like I'm doing now. Got it?
Yes.
Third, you are going to need to download the Tor search engine, which will take you into the dark web. It's tricky, but you can do it. Use Tor to look for infinity projects. Are you writing this down?
Yes.
Infinity Projects is just a placeholder name. It doesn't mean anything, but on the site you'll find a Bitcoin account. You can buy Bitcoin on Tor in 6 places by credit card or wire transfer. The transfer number for Infinity Projects is 22897444. Write that down. Once money has been wired through, it's untraceable. What the chain wants from you is $25,000.
$25,000?
How will I don't care, Rachel. Loan shark, second mortgage, do a goddamn murder for hire. It doesn't matter, just get it. You pay the money. And that's part 1. Part 2 is harder.
What's part 2? Rachel asks, alarmed.
I'm supposed to tell you that you are not the first, and you are not the last. You are in the chain, and this is a process that goes back a long time. I kidnapped your daughter so that my boy will be released. He's been kidnapped and is being held by a man and woman I don't know. You must select a target and kidnap one of that person's loved ones so the chain will go on. What? Are you You have to listen. This is important. You are going to kidnap someone to replace your daughter on the chain.
What are you talking about?
You have to select a target and hold one of that person's loved ones until the target pays the ransom and kidnaps someone in turn. You are going to have to make this exact phone call to whoever you select. What I'm doing to you is what you are going to do to your target. As soon as you carry out your kidnapping and pay the money, my son will be released. As soon as your target kidnaps someone and pays the ransom, your daughter will be released. It's that simple. That's how the chain works and goes on forever.
What? Who do I pick? Rachel asks, utterly horrified.
Someone who will not break the rules. No cops, politicians, or journalists. Those are deal breakers. Someone who will commit a kidnapping and pay the money and keep their mouth shut and keep the chain going.
How do you know I'll do all that?
If you don't, I'll kill Kylie and start again with someone else. If I screw up, they will kill my son and then me. Everything's off the cliff already for us. Let me be very clear, Rachel. I will murder Kylie. I know now that I am capable of doing it.
Please don't do this. Let her go. Please. I'm begging you.
As one mother to another, please. She's a wonderful child. She's all I've got in this world. I love her so much. I'm counting on that. Do you understand what I've told you so far?
Yes.
Goodbye, Rachel. No, wait,
Rachel cries. But the woman has already hung up. 4. Thursday, 8:56 a.m. Rachel begins to shake. She feels sick, nauseated, untethered. Like on the treatment days when she allowed them to poison her and burn her in the hope that it would make her better. The traffic drums ceaselessly to her left, and she sits there frozen like some long-dead explorer crashed on an alien world. 45 seconds have gone by since the woman hung up. It feels like 45 years. The phone rings, startling her.
Hello? Rachel? Yes. This is Dr. Reed. We were expecting you at 9, but you haven't signed in yet downstairs. I'm running late. Traffic, she says. That's okay. It's always a horror show at this time. When can we expect you? What? Oh, I'm not coming in today. I can't. Really? Oh dear. Well, would tomorrow suit you better? No, not this week. Rachel, I need you to come in to discuss your blood work. I have to go, Rachel says. Look, I don't like to talk about these things over the phone, but what we're seeing with your most recent test is very high levels of CA-15-3. We really need to talk. I can't come in. Goodbye, Dr. Reed, Rachel says, and hangs up the phone as flashing lights appear in the rearview mirror. A big, dark-haired Massachusetts state trooper gets out of his vehicle and approaches the Volvo 240. She sits there, utterly adrift, tears drying on her face. The trooper taps her window and, after a moment's hesitation, she rolls it down. "Ma'am," he begins, and then sees that she has been crying. Ma'am, is there a problem with your vehicle?" "No. I'm sorry." "Well, ma'am, this shoulder is for emergency vehicles only." Tell him, she thinks. Tell him everything. No, I can't. They'll kill her. They will. That woman will do it. I know I shouldn't be parked here. I was on the phone to my oncologist. It looks like my cancer has come back. The trooper gets it. He nods slowly. "Ma'am, do you think you're capable of continuing your journey at this juncture?" "Yes." "I'm not going to write you a moving violation, but I would ask you to proceed with your journey, please, ma'am. I'll halt traffic until you get into the lane." "Thank you, officer." She turns the key in the ignition, and the old Volvo grumbles back into life. The trooper stops the vehicles in the slow lane, and she pulls out without any difficulty. She drives for 1 mile until she hits the next exit, and then gets off at the slip road. South is the hospital where they can maybe fix her, but she doesn't care about that now. That's utterly irrelevant. Getting Kylie back is the sun and the stars and the entire universe. She takes I-95 northbound, pushing the Volvo harder than it has ever been pushed in its life. Into the slow lane, into the medium lane, into the fast lane. 60 miles an hour, 65 miles an hour, 70, 75, 78, 80. The engine is screaming, but all Rachel can think is go, go, go. Her business now is north. Get a bank loan. Get the burn phones. Get a gun, and everything else she needs to get Kylie back. 5. Thursday, 9:01 a.m. It had all happened so fast. A gunshot, and then they had driven off. Driven for how long? Kylie had lost track. Maybe 7 or 8 minutes before they had turned onto a smaller road, gone down a long driveway, and stopped. The woman had taken a picture of her and gotten out to make a phone call. Probably to her mom or dad. Kylie's in the back seat of the car with the man. He is breathing hard, swearing under his breath, and making strange animal-like whimpering noises. Shooting the policeman was clearly not part of the plan, and he isn't handling it well. Kylie hears the woman come back to the car. "Okay, it's done. She understands everything and knows what she has to do," the woman says. "Take this one down to the basement, and I'll hide the car." "Okay," the man replies meekly. "You have to get out, Kylie. I'll open the door for you." "Where are we going?" Kylie asks. "We've set up a little room for you. Don't be worried," the man says. "You've done very well so far." She feels the man reach over her and unclick her seatbelt. His breath is acrid and repulsive. The door opens next to her. "Keep your blindfold on," I have a gun pointed at you, the woman says.
Kylie nods.
Well, what are you waiting for? Move!
The woman says in a shrill, hysterical voice. Kylie swings her legs out of the car and starts to get up.
Watch your head, please,
the man mutters. She stands slowly, carefully. She listens for highway traffic or any other noise, but she doesn't hear anything. No cars, no birds, no familiar Atlantic breakers. They are somewhere well inland.
This way,
the man says.
I'm going to take your arm and lead you downstairs. Don't try anything. There's nowhere you can go, and we're both prepared to shoot you, okay?
She nods.
Answer him,
the woman insists.
I won't try anything,
she says. She hears a bolt being dragged back and a door being opened.
Careful. These stairs are old and sort of steep, the man says.
Kylie walks slowly down the wooden stairs while the man holds her by the elbow. When she gets to the bottom of the steps, she can feel that she's standing on concrete. Her heart sinks. If it had been a crawl space like the one beneath her house, she would have had just dirt and sand underfoot. You could dig your way through dirt and sand. You couldn't dig your way through concrete.
Here,
the man says, and leads her across the room. It's a basement, obviously. The basement of a house deep in the country, far from anyone. Kylie thinks about her mother and feels another sob welling up in her throat. Her poor mom. She's supposed to be starting a new job soon. She's just beginning to turn her life around after the cancer and the divorce. It isn't fair.
Sit here, the man says. Sit all the way down. It's a mattress on the floor.
Kylie sits on the mattress, which feels like it's covered with a sheet and a sleeping bag. She hears the click of the woman taking a photo.
Okay, I'm going to the house to send her this and check Wicker. I hope to God they're not angry with us,
the woman says.
Don't tell them anything went wrong. Tell them everything went according to plan,
the man says.
I know,
she snaps.
It's going to be okay,
the man says unconvincingly. Kylie hears the woman run up the wooden steps and close the basement door. She's alone with the man now, and this scares her. He could do anything.
It's okay,
he says.
You can take your blindfold off now.
I don't want to see your face,
Kylie replies.
It's fine. I've got the ski mask on again.
She removes the blindfold. He's standing near her, still holding the gun. He has taken his coat off. He's wearing jeans, a black sweater, and loafers caked with clay and mud. A heavy man in his 40s or 50s. The basement is rectangular, roughly 20 feet by 30 feet. There are 2 small square windows choked with leaves on one side. A concrete floor, a mattress, and an electric lamp next to the mattress. They've given her a sleeping bag, a bucket, toilet paper, a cardboard box, and 2 large bottles of water. The rest of the basement is empty but for an antique cast iron stove against one of the walls, and a boiler in the far corner.
You're going to be staying here for the next few days, until your mother pays the ransom and does the other stuff. We're going to try to make you as comfortable as possible. You must be terrified. I can't imagine,
he says, and begins to choke up.
We're not used to this, Kylie. We're not people like this. All of this has been forced on us. You have to understand that.
Why have you taken me?
Your mother will explain everything when you get back to her. My wife doesn't want me to talk to you about it.
You seem nicer than her. Is there any way you could possibly let—
No. Wow. Kill you if you try to escape. I mean that. You know what we're capable of. You were there. You heard. That poor man. Oh my God. Put this on your left wrist, he says, handing her a handcuff. Tight enough so you can't escape. Not so tight that it chafes you. That's it. A little bit tighter. Let me see.
He takes her wrist and examines it and ratchets the handcuff tighter. Then he takes the other cuff, attaches it to a heavy metal chain, and attaches that to the iron stove with a padlock.
You've got about 9 feet of chain, so you can move around a bit. Do you see that over there by the stairs? That's a camera. We'll be keeping an eye on you even when we're not down here. The fluorescent light will always be on so we can see what you're doing, so don't try anything, okay?
Okay.
You've got a sleeping bag and a pillow. In that box there are toiletries and more toilet paper and graham crackers and books. Do you like the Harry Potter books?
Yes.
The whole series is in there. And some old stuff. Good stuff for girls your age. I know what I'm talking about. Good stuff, he says.
I'm an English teacher? Was that what he was going to say?
Kylie wonders.
Thank you,
she says.
Be polite, Kylie,
she tells herself.
Be the good, scared, frightened girl who won't cause them any trouble.
The man squats down next to her, still keeping the gun pointed at her.
We're in the woods here, at the end of our own dirt road. If you start screaming, no one will hear you. We're on a big lot and the woods are all around. But if you do start yelling, I'll see and hear you on the camera and I won't be able to take any chances. I'll have to come down and gag you. And so you can't remove the gag, we'll have to cuff your hands behind your back. Do you understand?
Kylie nods.
Now turn out your pockets and give me your shoes.
She turns out her pockets. She only has money in them anyway. No penknife or phone. The phone's back there on the dirt road on Plum Island. The man stands and sways a little.
Sweet Jesus,
he says to himself, and swallows hard. He goes up the stairs, shaking his head, apparently in disbelief and amazement at what he has wrought. When the basement door closes, Kylie leans back on the mattress and exhales. She starts to cry again. She cries herself dry and then sits up and looks at the 2 bottles of water. Would they poison her? The seals on the water are intact, and it's Poland Spring. She drinks greedily, and then stops herself. What if he doesn't come back? What if she has to make this water last for several days or weeks? She looks in the big cardboard box. 2 boxes of graham crackers, a Snickers bar, and a can of Pringles. Toothbrush, toothpaste, toilet paper, wipes, and about 15 books. There's also a drawing pad, 2 pencils, and playing cards. With her back to the camera, she tries to use the pencil to pick the lock on the handcuff, but after 10 seconds, she gives up. You'd need a paperclip or something. She looks through the books. Harry Potter, J.D. Salinger, Harper Lee, Herman Melville, Jane Austen. Yeah, probably an English teacher. She takes another sip of water and unspools some of the toilet paper and dries the tears from her face. She lies down on the mattress. It's cold. She gets into the sleeping bag and hunkers down under it where the camera can't see her. She feels safer here. If they can't see her, that's something. That's a Daffy Duck trick. If I can't see you, you don't exist. Were they telling the truth about not wanting to harm her? You believed people until they showed you how bad they really were. But they'd already done that, hadn't they? That policeman. He was probably dead or dying. Oh, God. Remembering that gunshot, she wants to scream now. To scream and get someone to come and help her. Help me. Help me. Help me. She mouths, but doesn't say the words. Oh my God, Kylie.
How could this have happened? The thing that you were warned about. Don't get into a stranger's car. Never get into a stranger's car.
Girls go missing all the time, and when they go missing, they almost never come back. But sometimes they did come back. There were many who disappeared forever, but not all the lost girls stayed lost. Sometimes they came home again. Elizabeth Smart, that was the Mormon girl's name. In that interview, she had been dignified and calm. She had said that there was always hope in these situations. Her faith had always given her hope. But Kylie doesn't have any faith, which is obviously her stupid parents' fault. So claustrophobic in here. She pulls the sleeping bag down and takes a few panicky breaths and looks around the room again. Are they really watching her? Certainly at first they will be. But at 3 a.m? Maybe she can move that stove. Maybe there's an old nail she can use to pick the lock. She'll wait. She'll keep cool and wait. She looks in the box and pulls out the pad and paper.
Help me. I'm a prisoner in this basement,
she writes, but there's no one to give the note to. She rips out the page and crumples it up. She starts drawing instead. She draws the ceiling of the tomb of Senamut from her Egypt book. This begins to calm her. She draws the moon and stars. The Egyptians thought the afterlife was located in the stars. But there is no afterlife, is there? Grandma believes in the afterlife, but nobody else does. It doesn't make any sense, does it? If they kill you, you're just dead, and that's that. And maybe 100 years from now, they find your body in the woods, and nobody even remembers who you were or that you'd gone missing. You're erased from history like a shaken Etch-a-Sketch.
Mommy,
she whispers.
Help me. Please help me. Mommy.
But she knows that there's no help coming. 6. Thursday, 9:16 a.m. When Rachel gets back to her house on Plum Island, she walks into the kitchen and falls to the floor. It isn't a swoon. She's not fainting. She just can no longer remain vertical. She lies there on the linoleum like a disheveled question mark. Her pulse is racing, her throat constricting. She feels like she's having a heart attack. But she can't have a heart attack. She has to save her daughter. She sits up and tries to breathe and think. They'd said don't call the police. They are probably afraid of the police. The police will know what to do, won't they? She reaches for the phone but stops herself. No. She dare not risk it. Don't call the cops. Never call the cops. If they find out she has called the cops, they'll kill Kylie immediately. There was something about that woman's voice, the desperation in it, the determination. She'll do it, and she'll move on to another victim. The whole thing about the chain is incredible and crazy, and yet that woman's voice, it had the ring of truth. The woman had clearly been terrified of the chain and its power, and she believed in it. And I believe too, Rachel thinks. But she doesn't have to be alone. She needs help. Marty. He'll know what to do. She speed dials Marty's number, but it goes straight to voicemail. She tries again, but again gets voicemail. She looks down her list of contacts and calls his new house in Brookline.
Hello?
Tammy answers in that sing-songy voice of hers. Tammy? Rachel asks.
Yeah? Who's this?
This is Rachel. I've been trying to contact Marty.
He's out of town.
Oh? Where is he?
He's in, what's that place?
Work?
No, you know,
The place where they play golf.
Scotland?
No! Where everybody goes. He was so excited.
Golfing? When did he start? Never mind. Look, Tammy, I'm trying to reach him and it's an emergency and I can't get through on his phone.
He's down there with the firm. They're on a retreat, so they had to hand in their phones.
But where is it, Tammy? Please, think.
Augusta. He's in Augusta. I think I have a contact number somewhere if you need it.
I need it.
Yeah, hold on. Let me see. Here it is. Okay.
She reads out a number. Thanks, Tammy. I better call him.
Wait, what's the emergency?
Oh, it's nothing. A problem with the roof. It's leaking. That's all. No big deal. Thank you, she says and hangs up. She dials the number Tammy gave her. Glen Eagle Augusta Hotel, the receptionist says. I'd like to speak to Marty O'Neill, please. I'm his, wife, and I've forgotten what room he's in. Let me see. 74. I'll put you through. She puts Rachel through to the room, but he isn't there. She calls the front desk again and asks the receptionist to tell Marty to call her as soon as he gets back in. She hangs up and sits down on the floor again. She's dazed, speechless, horrified. Given all the evil people in the world with unbalanced karmic checkbooks, why has this happened to her, especially after everything she's been through the past couple of years? It isn't fair. And poor Kylie's just a little girl. The phone rings next to her. She picks it up and looks at the ID. Unknown caller again. Oh no.
Calling your ex-husband?
The scary, distorted voice says.
Is that really what you want to do now? Can you trust him? Can you trust him with your life and the life of your child? You're going to need to, because if he says anything to anybody, Kylie's dead, and I think we'll have to kill you too. The chain always protects itself. Maybe have a think about that before your next phone call.
I'm sorry. I didn't get through to him. I left a message. It's just, I don't know if I can do this by myself.
We might allow you to get help later. We will send you a way to contact us and you can ask us for permission. But for now, if you know what's good for you, don't talk to anyone. Just get the money and start thinking about a target. You can do this, Rachel. You did well getting rid of that cop back there on the highway. Yes, that's right. We saw. And we'll be watching you closely until this is all over. Now get on with it.
The voice says. I can't, Rachel protests meekly. The voice sighs.
We don't select people who require continuous coaching. That's way too exhausting for us. We pick self-starters, bootstrappers. That's you, Rachel. Now get up off the goddamn floor and get moving.
The line goes dead. Rachel looks at the phone in horror. They are watching her. They know who she's calling and everything she's doing. She pushes the phone away, gets to her feet, and staggers to the bathroom like she's walking from a car accident. She runs the faucet and splashes water on her face. There's no mirror in here, or anywhere in the house except for Kylie's room. She'd gotten rid of all of the mirrors because of the visual horror of the whole hair falling out routine. Of course, no one in her family had ever allowed her to think that she might die. Her mother, the nurse, had explained right from the get-go that it was a treatable stage 2A breast cancer that would respond well to an aggressive precision surgical intervention followed by radiation and chemotherapy. But in those first few weeks, looking in the bathroom mirror, she saw herself diminishing, hollowing out, wasting away. Getting rid of all the mirrors had been an important step in her recovery. She didn't have to see herself become the terrible, pale, skeletal spider of the dark days of the chemo. Her recovery wasn't exactly a miracle, The stage 2A 5-year survival rate was 90%. But still, you could always be one of the 10%, couldn't you? She turns the faucet off. Good thing there's no goddamn mirror, because Mirror Rachel would be looking back at her with dead, accusing eyes. Letting a 13-year-old girl wait by herself at a bus stop? You think this would have happened if Kylie were with Marty? No, it wouldn't have. Not on his watch. On yours, Rachel. Because let's face it, you're a loser. They're completely wrong about you. Tragically mistaken. 35 and you're starting your first real job? What have you been doing all this time? All that potential wasted. The Peace Corps? Nobody joins the Peace Corps. Those years drifting with Marty after Guatemala. You working after he finally decided he wanted to go to law school? You've been faking it. But you're just a loser. And now your poor daughter has gotten sucked into your loser web. Rachel points a finger at the place where the mirror used to be. You dumb bitch. I wish you had died. I wish you had been one of the 10% who died. She closes her eyes, breathes, counts down from 10, opens them again. She runs to the bedroom and changes into the black skirt and white blouse she bought for teaching. She puts on her expensive-looking leather jacket, finds a respectable pair of heels, runs a hand through her hair, and grabs her shoulder bag. She gathers her financial documents, her laptop, and the employment contract from Newburyport Community College. She gets Marty's stash of bar exam cigarettes and the sealed bag of flood money. She runs to the kitchen, slips in the heels, and almost smashes her face into the range hood. She rights herself, grabs her phone, and tears out to the car. 7. Thursday, 9:26 a.m. The First National Bank on State Street in downtown Newburyport opens at 9:30 a.m. Rachel paces the sidewalk near the bank entrance and puffs on her Marlboro. State Street is deserted except for a very pale, nervous, older man wearing a heavy coat and a Red Sox cap who is walking toward her. Their eyes meet as he stops in front of her.
Are you Rachel O'Neill?
He asks. Yes, she replies. The man swallows hard and pulls his cap lower.
I'm supposed to tell you that I've been off the chain for a year now. I'm supposed to tell you that because I did as I was told, my family is safe. I'm supposed to tell you that there are hundreds of people like me who can be recruited to bring you a message if the chain thinks you or anyone in your family needs a message.
I get it.
You're not pregnant, are you?
The man asks hesitantly, seemingly going off script for a moment. No, Rachel replies.
Then this is your message,
he says, and without warning, punches her in the stomach. The air is knocked out of her, and Rachel crumples to the ground. He is surprisingly strong, and the pain is terrible. It takes her 10 seconds to get her breath back. She looks up at the man in incomprehension and fear.
I'm supposed to tell you that if you need further proof of our reach, you should Google the Williams family of Dover, New Hampshire. You won't see me again, but there are many others out there like me. Do not attempt to follow me,
the man says, and with tears of shame running down his cheeks, he turns and walks quickly back down the street. Just then the bank door opens, and the security guard sees her sprawled on the ground. He looks at the man hurrying away from her. His fists clench, and it's clear that he senses something has just happened.
Can I help you, ma'am?
He asks. Rachel coughs and pulls herself together.
I'm fine, I guess. I took a spill.
The security guard offers her his hand and helps her to her feet.
Thank you,
she says, and winces in pain.
Are you sure you're okay, ma'am?
He asks.
Yes, fine.
The security guard looks at her oddly for a moment, and again at the man hurrying away. She can tell that he's wondering if she's some kind of shill in a bank robbery attempt. His hand drifts toward his gun. "Thank you so much," she says. She lowers her voice to a whisper. "I'm not used to heels. So much for making a good impression at the bank." The guard relaxes.
No one saw you but me, he says. I don't know how you walk in those things.
"This is a joke I tell my daughter. What do you call a dinosaur in high heels?"
What?
"My feet are saurus." She never laughs. She never laughs at my dumb jokes. The guard smiles.
Well, I think it's funny.
"Thank you again," Rachel says. She fixes her hair, goes inside the bank, and asks to see Colin Temple, the manager. Temple's an older guy who used to live out on the island before moving into town. He and Rachel had attended each other's barbecues, and Marty had gone fishing with him on his boat. Colin hadn't screwed her over the couple of times she had missed mortgage payments since the divorce.
Rachel O'Neill, as I live and breathe, he says with a grin. Oh, Rachel, why do birds suddenly appear every time that you're near?
Because they're actually carrion crows, and I'm one of the goddamn undead, she thinks, but doesn't say. "Good morning, Colin. How are you?"
I'm fine. What can I do for you, Rachel?
She swallows the pain of the gut punch and forces a half smile onto her lips. "I'm in a bit of trouble, and I wonder if we can have a talk." They repair to the manager's office, which is decorated with yacht pictures and tiny, intricate model boats that Colin has made himself. There are several photos of a snot-nosed King Charles spaniel that she can't for the life of her remember the name of. Colin leaves the door a little bit ajar and sits behind his desk. Rachel sits opposite and tries to put a pleasant expression on her face.
What can I do to help?
Colin asks, still pretty cheery but with suspicion creeping into his eyes. "Well, it's the house, Colin. That roof above the kitchen is leaking, and I had a contractor in yesterday and he said the whole thing will have to be replaced before it snows or it all might come down."
Really? It looked okay last time I was out there.
"I know, but it's the original roof from the 1930s, and it leaks every winter, and now it's just a danger. To us, I mean. To me and Kylie. And also, to the house. You guys have the mortgage, and if the house was destroyed, your asset wouldn't be worth anything," she says, and even manages a little fake laugh.
How much does your contractor say he'll need?
Rachel had thought about asking for the full $25,000, but that seems ridiculous for a roof job. She has nothing in her savings account, but she can charge $10,000 on her Visa. She'll worry about paying off the bill when Kylie is home safe. $15,000. "But it's fine, Colin, I'm good for it. I'm starting a new job in January," she says.
Oh?
"I've been hired to teach some classes at Newburyport Community College. Introduction to Modern Philosophy. Existentialism, Schopenhauer, Wittgenstein, all that good stuff."
Finally using that degree, eh?
"Yeah. Look, I've brought the employment contract and the full salary details. It's not much, but it's a steady paycheck, and it's more than I was getting as an Uber driver. Things are really going great for us now, Colin. Just, apart from the roof," she says, as she hands over the documents. Colin examines the paperwork and then looks up and examines her. She can see that he smells a rat. He knows something is wrong. She probably looks awful. Wizened, thin, worried. Like someone whose breast cancer has returned, or who is in the final stages of a methamphetamine death spiral. His eyes narrow. His mood changes. He shakes his head.
I'm afraid we can't defer any more payments, and we can't add anything to the original loan. I wouldn't be allowed to do that. I have very little discretion in these matters.
"A second mortgage, then," she says. He shakes his head again.
I'm sorry, Rachel, but your house isn't a safe enough asset for that. To be brutally honest, it's just a glorified beach shack, isn't it? And you're not even really on the beach.
We're on the tidal basin. It's waterfront property, Colin.
I'm very sorry. I know you and Marty talked for years about remodeling it, but you never did you? It's not properly winterized. There's no central air.
The land itself, then. Property prices have been going up around here.
You're on the unfashionable western side of Plum Island, not the Atlantic side. You face the marshes and you're in the flood zone. I'm sorry, Rachel, there's nothing I can do for you.
But I have this new job.
This employment contract at the community college is only for 1 semester. You're a bad risk for the bank. You can see that, can't you?
You know I'm good for it, she insists. You know me, Colin. I'm almost always on time. I pay my debts. I work hard.
Yes, but that's not the issue.
And what about Marty? He's a junior partner now. I've been letting him slide on the child support payments because of Tammy's bankruptcy, but...
Tammy?
His new girlfriend.
She went bankrupt?
Crap, Rachel thinks. She knows this information will not help her case, so she tries to rush through it. Oh, it's nothing. She had a chocolate store in Harvard Square and it went under. She's not a businesswoman. I think she's only about 25 or...
How do you lose money selling chocolate in the munchies capital of New England?
I don't know. Look, Colin, we're old friends, and I need this. I need it as soon as possible. It's an emergency. Colin leans back in his chair. Rachel sees him turning all this over. He's probably learned how to spot a liar.
I'm sorry, Rachel. I really am. If you're looking for a contractor, I can recommend Abe Foley. He's honest and he does a good job fast. That's all I can do.
Rachel nods. Thank you, she says meekly, and, thoroughly defeated, exits his office. 8. Thursday, 9:38 a.m. This one feels different. There's no evidence, of course, that it is any different. It shouldn't be any different. They always say the same things, act the same way, and then fall right into line. Human beings are boringly predictable. That's why the actuarial tables work so well. And it's just a feeling, that's all. And she can shake this feeling and replace it with another. But she doesn't want to do that today. She wants to sit with the bad feeling and experience it, and have it explain to her why it's here. If the feeling means anything at all, it's almost certainly about the current person on the chain. Perhaps it would be wise to take a look at the present state of play. She opens up the encrypted file on her computer and examines the current protagonists. Everything looks fine. Link -2 is Hank Callahan, a dentist and Sunday school teacher from Nashua who has done everything requested of him. Link -1 is Heather Porter, a college administrator also from New Hampshire, who has done all she has been asked to do. Link 0 is Rachel O'Neill, or as she calls herself now, Rachel Klein, a former waitress and Uber driver who will soon be teaching at a community college. Is Rachel the bad apple? It doesn't really matter if she is. As Ollie is always saying, the chain is largely a self-regulating mechanism that repairs its own broken DNA with only a little nudging from the outside. Don't worry, it will all sort itself out, her stepmother used to say. And she was right. It generally did all sort itself out. She was sorted out too in the end, of course. No, Rachel won't be any trouble. None of them will be, or could be. Rachel will fall into line like all the others. Either that, or she and her daughter will die. And die horribly, as an example for the others. 9. Thursday, 9:42 a.m. On the street outside the bank, Rachel fights back tears and waves of panic. What is she going to do? She can't do anything. She has failed at the very start. Oh my God, my poor little Kylie. She looks at the clock on her phone. 9:43. She sniffs, wipes her face, takes a breath, and goes back inside. "Miss, you can't," someone says as she marches back into Colin's office. He glances up from his computer looking startled and guilty, as if he'd been Googling some particularly arcane pornography.
Rachel, I told...
She sits and resists the urge to jump over the desk, put a knife to his throat, and scream for the tellers to give her the goddamn money in non-sequential bills. "I'll take any loan this bank offers at any rate of interest, no matter how predatory. I need the money, Colin, and I'm not going to leave this frigging office until I get it." Her eyes, she knows, have a piratical, dangerous, bank robber glint to them. "Look at me," they seem to say. "I am capable of anything right now. Do you really want to begin your day with the guards dragging me out of here kicking and screaming?" Colin takes a deep breath.
Well, we do offer a 90-day emergency home finance.
"How much can I get?" Rachel interrupts.
Would $15,000 cover your, roof?
"Yeah."
The rate of interest would be well above our...
She tunes him out and lets him spin her the blah blah blah. She doesn't care about the rate of interest or the service fee, she just wants the money. When he's done talking, she smiles and says that all sounds fine.
I'll need to do some paperwork,
Colin says. "Can I have the money transferred directly into my account?"
You'd prefer that over a check?
"Yes."
We can do that.
"I'll be back to sign the paperwork in an hour," she says. Then she thanks him and goes outside. She looks at her hastily scrawled, extremely incriminating checklist. 1. Ransom. 2. Burn phones. 3. Research target/victim. 4. Get gun, rope, duct tape, etc. 5. Research place to hide victim. She's near the Newburyport Library. Maybe she can do some research on a target/victim in that hour? Sure, yeah, move, Rachel, move. She runs down State Street to the library, sprints up the library steps, and finds an empty study cubicle in the Lovecraft wing. First thing she does is Google the Williams family of Dover, New Hampshire. A grisly robbery/home invasion gone wrong, the police thought. A mother and her 2 children and her new boyfriend were tied up, and all of them were shot in the head. The children had been killed hours before the mother, so she'd had plenty of time to suffer and think about it. Utterly chilled, Rachel begins researching potential targets. How had they found her? A pin in a map? PTA records? Uber profile? Facebook. Goddamn Facebook. She fires up her MacBook Air, logs onto Facebook, and spends the next 45 minutes scrolling through names and faces of friends. There are a breathtaking number of people whose profiles and posts are public and can be viewed by anyone. George Orwell was wrong, she thinks. In the future, it won't be the state that keeps tabs on everyone by extensive use of surveillance. It will be the people. They'll do the state's work for it by constantly uploading their locations, interests, food preferences, restaurant choices, political ideas, and hobbies to Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and other social media sites. We are our own secret police. Some people, she discovers, helpfully update their Facebook and Instagram feeds every few minutes, giving potential kidnappers or burglars intimate temporal and geographic information on their whereabouts. It's all good stuff, and Rachel decides to hunt for targets in the greater Boston and North Shore areas. Successful, together men and women who are unconnected to law enforcement, who have big houses but small families, and who look as if they can pay a ransom and continue the chain. She takes out her notebook and makes a preliminary list of candidates. Then she closes the computer, picks up her leather jacket, puts the list in her zippered pocket, and goes back to the bank. Colin is waiting for her. She signs the forms, and when all that is done, she says she'll wait while he transfers the money into her account. It's the work of a moment. She thanks him and goes to the Panera Bread on Story Avenue. She orders a coffee and takes a booth in the corner, then logs on to the free wireless, fires up the Mac, and downloads the Tor search engine, which looks seriously untrustworthy. Nevertheless, she clicks the icon, and just like that, she's on the dark web. She's heard of the dark web and knows it as a place where you can buy guns, restricted prescription drugs, and narcotics. She finds a place to buy Bitcoin, reads through the procedures, sets up an account for herself, and buys $10,000 worth of Bitcoin with her Visa. Then she buys another $15,000 worth of Bitcoin using the recently deposited money in her First National account. She finds the Infinity Project's Bitcoin account and transfers the money. The transaction takes less than a second. And just like that, the ransom is paid. Jesus. So what happens next? Would they call her? She looks at the phone and waits. She sips her coffee and stares at the other people in Panera. They have no idea they are living the dream. They have no idea how bad it can get on the other side of the looking glass. She tugs at a loose thread on her blouse. Her phone dings with another photo of Kylie. Here she's sitting on a mattress in a basement, and a message from unknown caller. Further instructions coming. Remember, it's not about the money, it's about the chain. Move on to part 2. Move on to part 2? Did that mean they received the money? She hopes she hasn't screwed it up. But of course that was the easy part. She closes the Mac and goes outside to the car. What now? Back to the house? No, not back to the house. Now she has to get the burn phones and a gun, and the best place to do that is far from neighbors and prying eyes and the Massachusetts gun laws, over the state line in New Hampshire. She runs to her Volvo, gets in, turns the ignition, and with a growl of clutch and a squeal of brakes, heads again north. 10. Thursday, 10:57 a.m. Everyone on the radio is talking about the shooting of a state trooper near Plastow. There are only about 4 or 5 murders a year in New Hampshire, so this is big news, and it's on every station. The reports unnerve her, so she turns the radio off. Just over the state line in Hampton, New Hampshire, she finds the place she's been looking for. Fred's Firearms and Indoor Tactical Range. She'd driven by Fred's 1,000 times and never dreamed about stopping. Until today. She parks the Volvo and goes inside. Her stomach still hurts from the punch in the gut, and she winces a little as she walks. Fred is a tall, heavy, amiable-looking 60-year-old wearing a John Deere cap, a denim shirt, and jeans. His face is badly pockmarked, but he's still a handsome old geezer. The most distinctive thing about him, perhaps, is the gun belt he wears low on his waist. There are 2 semi-automatics in open holsters, which, Rachel assumes, are there to deter potential thieves.
"Morning, ma'am," he says. "What can I do for you?"
I'm here for a gun. Something I could keep in my room for, personal protection. We've had reports of burglars in our neighborhood.
"You from Boston?"
he asks, with a look that seems to add, that city of Noam Chomsky, the Harvard Debating Society, and Ted Kennedy. Newburyport, she says, and then wonders if perhaps she should have given a fake hometown.
"You're looking for a pistol? A .38? Something like that? Something simple?"
Yes, exactly. I've brought my driver's license.
I'll put your name in the system. There's a 2-day waiting period while we check you out.
What? No, I'll need something sooner than that, she says, trying not to sound suspicious.
Well, ma'am, today I can sell you a rifle or a shotgun. Any of these,
Fred says, pointing at a row of guns. Rachel is 5'9", but they all look too big for her and too ungainly to hide under a coat while she's sidling up to some poor kid. Do you have anything more compact? Fred rubs his chin and gives her an odd, penetrating look. She wishes then that she looked prettier. Attractive women didn't get that sort of look, or not as much anyway. In her 20s, Rachel had looked like Jennifer Connelly in Ang Lee's Hulk, according to Marty. But all that was gone now, of course. Her eyes were hollow and ringed, and the bloom was permanently missing from her cheeks.
The law puts a lower limit on barrel length, but what about one of these?
Fred says, and from under the counter he pulls out what he says is a Remington Model 870 Express Synthetic Tactical Pump-Action Shotgun. This might do, she replies.
It's a 2015, used. I could let you have it for $350.
I'll take it. Fred winces. Clearly he was expecting her to haggle him down, but Rachel is so desperate she's willing to pay the asking price. She sees him look out into the parking lot and note that her car is a beat-up orange Volvo 240.
Tell you what,
he says.
I'll throw in a box of shells and a little lesson. Do you want me to show you how to use it?
Yes, please. Fred walks her to the indoor range.
You ever fire a gun before?
He asks. No. I've held one, a rifle in Guatemala, but I never fired it.
Guatemala?
Peace Corps. We were making wells, me and Marty, my ex. We're liberal arts majors, so of course they sent us to the jungle to work on an irrigation project. We had no clue. We had our baby girl with us, Kylie. Crazy really when you think about it. Marty said he saw a jaguar stalking the camp. No one really believed him. He hurt his arm when he fired the rifle.
Well, I'm going to teach you how to do it right,
Fred says, and he gives her ear protectors and shows her how to load the weapon.
Tight against your shoulder. There will be a kick. It's a 20 gauge. No, much tighter. Brace it with your body. If there's a gap, the weapon will drive itself into your collarbone. Remember Newton's third law. Every force results in an equal and opposite force.
Fred pushes a button, and a paper target comes up on a roof runner and stops 25 feet away from them. There's a claustrophobic smell in here of grease and gunpowder. The target is a scary-looking man also carrying a weapon. It's not a terrified little kid.
Pull the trigger. That's it. Go on. Easy does it.
She squeezes the trigger. There's an enormous bang, and Fred is right about Newton's third law. The barrel pounds into her shoulder. When she opens her eyes and looks at the paper target, she finds that it has been obliterated.
25 feet or closer and you should be okay. If they're farther away and they're running, let them run. You get my drift?
Let them run toward you, so you can kill them, or let them run away and call the police. He winks at her.
You catch on quick.
She takes the shells and pays with her flood money. She thanks Fred and goes out to the car and puts the shotgun on the passenger seat next to her. If they're monitoring her through her phone somehow, hopefully they will see that she's serious and that she's getting things done. 11. Thursday, 11:18 a.m. The Hampton Mall is the perfect place to buy burn phones. She slides the car into a spot in the parking lot, opens up the trunk, and rummages around looking for Kylie's Red Sox cap. Her own Yankees hat sometimes attracts attention. A Sox or a Pats cap never gets a second look. She finds the cap, puts it on, and pulls it low over her face. Her phone rings, and her stomach lurches. "Hello?" she says automatically without waiting to see who it is.
Hi, Rachel. This is Jenny Moncrief, Kylie's homeroom teacher.
Oh, Jenny, hi.
We were wondering where Kylie was today.
Yes, she's sick. I meant to call the office.
You have to call before 9.
I will next time, I promise. I'm sorry, she won't be in today. She's not feeling well.
What's the matter? Anything serious?
Just a cold, I hope. Oh, and, vomiting.
Oh, dear. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully we'll see her tomorrow. Rumor has it she's cooking up a great presentation on King Tut.
Tomorrow,
I don't know, we'll see. These things are unpredictable. Listen, I better go. I'm getting some medicine for her right now. How long is she going to be out?
I don't know. I have to go. Another call is coming in, from an unknown caller.
Bye, Jenny. Sick daughter, have to run,
Rachel says, and answers the incoming call.
I hope you're working hard, Rachel. I'm relying on you. My boy won't get released until you get someone to take his place,
the woman holding Kylie says. I'm doing my best, Rachel tells her.
They said they sent you a message and told you about the Williams family?
They did.
If you get out of this, you have to keep quiet or the blowback will get you like it got them.
I'll keep quiet. I'm cooperating. I'm doing the best I can.
Keep going, Rachel. Remember, if they tell me you're trouble, I won't hesitate to kill Kylie.
Please don't say that. But the woman is hung up. Rachel looks at the phone. Her hands are shaking. The woman is clearly on edge. Kylie is in the hands of someone who sounds like she's on the verge of a nervous breakdown. A young man gets out of a car in the row opposite. He looks at her strangely for a moment, and then nods grimly at her. Is he another one of the chain's agents? Are they everywhere? Suppressing a whimper, she puts the phone in her bag and hurries through the double doors of the mall. The Safeway is open and already filled with people. She grabs a shopping basket, speeds past the displays of Thanksgiving merchandise, and finds the rack selling those inexpensive cell phones. She picks up one that looks good, an AT&T cheapo that can still do photos and video. It's $14.95. She puts a dozen of them in the basket and then throws in 2 more. 14. Will that be enough? There are only 6 phones left on the rack. Hell with it. She takes those too. She turns to see Veronica Hart, her eccentric neighbor who lives 5 houses down from her on Plum Island. Oh, God. The very reason she'd come up here was to get away from anybody who might possibly know her. If Veronica sees the phones, she'll ask her if she's prepping for the end of the world, and then she'll point out that come the apocalypse, zombies will tear down the cell phone towers. It'll be a whole thing. Rachel lurks behind the unsold Halloween merchandise until Veronica pays and leaves. She scans the phones at the self-serve checkout counter. After that, she goes down to the Ace Hardware and buys rope, chains, a padlock, and 2 rolls of duct tape. The cashier is a hipster with long Elvis sideburns and sunglasses.
$37.50,
he says. She hands over 2 20s.
You're supposed to say it's not what you think,
the cashier says. Rachel has no idea what he's talking about. What?
All this,
he says, loading the gear into 2 plastic bags.
It looks like a 50 Shades of Grey starter kit, but I'm sure there's a more innocent explanation.
The real explanation is much more terrifying. Nope, that's exactly what it is, Rachel says, and hurries out of the store. 12. Thursday, 11:59 a.m. Kylie has no phone, so she has no idea what time it is, but she thinks it might still be morning. She can't hear anything, but she can see light through the basement window. She sits up in the sleeping bag. It's so cold down there that frost has formed on the sides of the windows. Maybe running in place will help? Kylie worms her way out of the sleeping bag and stands in her socks on the freezing concrete floor. She walks as far as the chain will let her, which isn't very far. A small circle around the bed and back to the big old cast iron stove. Is that thing as heavy as it looks? She goes to it and, with her back to the camera, gives it a shove. It doesn't move. Not an inch. She scurries back to the sleeping bag and waits under the covers, straining to hear if the basement door is being opened. But no one comes. They're busy. They aren't watching her through the camera, or at least not continually. They've probably connected it to a laptop and occasionally check in on her. If she could move the stove, then what? She'd still be chained to the stupid thing and standing there at the bottom of the stairs with no way out. Under the sleeping bag, she examines the handcuff on her wrist. Almost no space at all between metal and skin. Maybe a couple of millimeters. Could she slide the handcuff off her wrist with that tiny amount of space? It seems unlikely. How had Houdini done it? Her friend Stuart had been into that Houdini miniseries and encouraged her to watch it. She certainly doesn't remember Houdini ever sliding a handcuff off his wrist in any of his escapes. He had always picked the locks with a hidden key. If she ever gets out of this, she'll have to learn some survival skills like that. Self-defense, handcuff lockpicking. She examines the handcuff closely. The words Peerless Handcuff Company are stamped into the metal just below a little keyhole. What you do is put your key in the lock and turn it either clockwise or counterclockwise, and the handcuff opens. What she needs is something that will do the job of the key and spring the mechanism. The sleeping bag zip is no good. The pencil they'd given her for drawing is no good. Nothing in the cardboard box is any good except maybe the... She looks at the tube of toothpaste. What's it made of? Metal? Plastic? She knows that oil paints are kept in metal tubes, but toothpaste? She examines it carefully but can't figure it out. It's Colgate cavity protection. It looks like an old tube they've kept in their spare bathroom for years. Could you possibly use the pointy bit at the bottom to pick the handcuff lock? She pokes it into the keyhole, and it doesn't seem impossible. She'll have to carefully rip the bottom off the tube and attempt to fashion it into a key. The woman will kill her if she finds her trying to escape. Trying to escape is a dangerous long shot, but it's better than no shot at all. 13. Thursday, 12:15 p.m. There's a short man standing in front of her house. The shotgun is in the passenger seat. As Rachel pulls into the parking spot, she reaches for it. She rolls the window down and puts the shotgun across her lap. "Hello?" she says inquiringly. The man turns. It's old Dr. Haverkamp from 2 houses down on the tidal basin.
"Hello, Rachel,"
he replies cheerfully in his rural Maine accent. Rachel puts the shotgun back in the passenger seat and gets out of the car. Dr. Haverkamp is holding something.
"I think this is Kylie's," he says. "Her name is on the case."
Rachel's heart leaps. Yes, it's Kylie's iPhone. Maybe that will give her some clue as to where Kylie is. She snatches the phone out of his hands and turns it on, but the only thing that appears is the lock screen. A picture of Ed Sheeran playing guitar and the space to enter the 4-digit code. Rachel doesn't know the code, and she's sure she won't be able to guess it. If you guess wrong 3 times, the phone locks itself for 24 hours. It is Kylie's phone. "Where did you find it?" Rachel asks, trying to sound casual.
"It was at the bus stop. I was walking Chester, and I thought, that's a phone. And I picked it up and saw Kylie's name on the back. She must have dropped it when she was waiting for the school bus."
She'll be so relieved. Thank you. Rachel does not invite him in or offer him coffee. In this part of Massachusetts, that's almost a capital offense, but she has no time.
I guess I better go. I have bilge to pump. Take care," he says.
She watches him go down through the reeds to his boat. When he's gone, she brings the shotgun and other supplies into the house, gets a drink of water, and turns on her Mac. The computer flares to life, and she looks at it with a jaundiced eye for a moment. Are they watching her through the Mac's camera and her iPhone camera? She read somewhere that Mark Zuckerberg put a piece of masking tape over the camera on all his electronic devices as a security precaution. She gets tape from the kitchen drawer and does exactly that, covering the camera on her phone, her Mac, and her iPad. She sits at the living room table. Now to the task at hand. She has to kidnap a child? She laughs bitterly. How on earth is anything like that possible? It's madness, complete and utter madness. How can she do a thing like that? Again, she wonders why they picked her. What did they see in her that made them think she would be able to do something as utterly evil as kidnapping a child? She has always been the good girl. Straight A student at Hunter College High School. She aced her SATs and nailed the Harvard interview. She never speeds, she pays her taxes, she's never late for anything. She agonizes when she gets a parking ticket. And now she's supposed to do one of the worst things anyone could ever do to a family? She looks through the window. A beautiful, clear fall day. The tidal basin filled with birds and a few fishermen digging for bait on the mudflats. This part of Plum Island is a microcosm of this part of Massachusetts. On this side of the tidal basin, you have the smaller houses on the marsh. On the east side, you find the big, empty summer houses that face the breakers of the Atlantic Ocean. The west side of the basin is all blue-collar firefighters, teachers, and crabmen who live here year-round. The east side begins to fill up with the wealthy summer folk in May or June. Marty and she had thought they'd be safe out here. Safer than Boston. Safe. What a joke. Nobody's safe. Why were they naive enough to think that you could live anywhere in America and be safe? Marty. Why doesn't he call her back? What the hell is he doing in Augusta? She gets the list of names that she culled from Facebook and begins scrolling through them again. All those happy, smiling faces. A grinning little boy or little girl that she is going to point a gun at and drag into her car. And where in the name of God is she going to hold this poor soul? Her house is out of the question. The walls are made of wood and there's no soundproofing. If someone starts screaming, half a dozen neighbors will hear. And she doesn't have a proper basement or an attic. As Colin Temple had said, this house really is little more than a glorified beach shack. Perhaps she could check into a motel? No, that's nuts. Too many questions. She looks through the window at the big houses on the far side of the basin, and suddenly, a much better plan occurs to her. 14. Thursday, 12:41 p.m. She runs to her bedroom, pulls off her skirt, and slips on a pair of jeans and sneakers. She puts on her red sweater, Kylie's Red Sox cap, and a zip-up hoodie. She opens the French doors and goes out onto the deck. She walks to the little sandy path that runs along the side of the basin between the reeds. Cold wind, rotting kelp, TV and radio noise drifting down from waterfront homes. She keeps close to the shore until she's halfway up the basin on the ocean side. Then she slips over onto Northern Boulevard and, trying to look as inconspicuous as possible, begins exploring the big beachfront houses that face the Atlantic. All the summer people are gone. But which of these homes belong to summer folk and which belong to year-round residents? There are more year-rounders now that PI has its own water and sewage, but the old money types are creatures of habit, arriving on Memorial Day and flying off again on Labor Day like plovers. Determining that a house is occupied is the work of a moment. Lights on, a car in the driveway, voices. Determining that a house is empty, but only temporarily, is also fairly easy. No lights on, no car in the driveway, but mail piling up in the mailbox, and the gas is still on. Determining that a house is empty and likely to stay empty for a while is a little trickier, but not as tricky as you might think. Lights off, electricity off, wireless off, no mail in the mailbox, gas lines turned off. But those could still be the homes of weekenders who worked in Boston or New York from Monday to Friday and showed up Saturday morning in their LL Bean boots and coats, somewhat surprised to find a stranger standing in the kitchen next to a kid tied to a chair. What she's looking for is a house that's weatherproofed for the winter. Nor'easters this time of year are particularly severe, and although most of the homes facing the ocean are up on dunes above the sea, if there's a high tide and a bad storm, waves could come lashing over their decks and smash their expensive plate glass windows. So if a house's owners weren't going to be back until Christmas or spring, they'd hammer boards over all the east-facing windows. This had been done in several of the bigger houses, and there is one up near the point that she particularly likes. It's made of brick, which is rare around here. Almost all the other houses on the island are timber construction jobs. Even better than the brick walls is the fact that it has an actual basement below ground. This tells her that it was built before 1990, which was when bylaws had been introduced forcing all new houses on Plum Island to be flood-proofed, meaning that they had to be on stilts above the ground. Rachel walks around this promising house investigating. The sea-facing windows are boarded up and the side ones are too. She hops over the fence and checks the fuse boxes and the lines. The gas and electricity are off, and there's nothing in the mailbox at all. Clearly all the mail is being forwarded or held at the post office. A sign on the mailbox says that the house belongs to the Appenzellers. She knows these people a little bit. An older couple. He's in his late 60s, originally from Boston, a retired chemistry professor at Emory. The wife, Elaine, is a little younger, late 50s. Second marriage for both of them. If Rachel is remembering correctly, they go to Tampa in the winter. Rachel goes up onto the east-facing rear deck. The deck has privacy walls, which means that you can sit there without being seen, except by the people walking past directly ahead of you on the beach. At this time of year, there aren't many of those people. The back entrance leads straight into the kitchen. There's a locked screen door that opens when she gives it a good tug. The kitchen door has an ordinary doorknob. She examines it closely and takes a picture of it with her phone. She spends 10 minutes Googling the image and discovers that it is a Schlage faux Georgian F40 doorknob that, according to several locksmith sites, can be disabled with a hammer and a chisel straight down the mechanism. What's worrying, though, is the sign on the kitchen window that says that the house is protected by atomic alarms. If she does open the back door, she might have 30 seconds to find the alarm's code box, and if she doesn't put the code in fast enough, all hell will break loose, won't it? The atomic alarm's sign, however, looks very old. It was once a bright blue, and it has now faded to a light gray. Will the alarm still work with the electricity turned off? There's one other huge problem with the house. The Appenzellers are right next to one of the many paths cutting through the dunes that lead to the Plum Island beach. At this time of day, no one is using the path, but in the mornings, she imagines that it's busy with dog walkers and residents taking their daily constitutionals. If a kid is screaming his head off, he will be heard unless she can soundproof the basement. A big board over the basement window might do the trick, but it won't be foolproof. She remembers Voltaire's warning about the perfect being the enemy of the good. She could spend a week looking for the best available empty house, a week in which Kylie will be suffering in a homemade dungeon. Apart from the alarm sticker and the dune path, the Appenzeller house is pretty close to ideal. It's a little removed from the other dwellings on this strip, and partially isolated by dunes. It's off the road by about 15 yards, and the Appenzellers have planted cypress trees as further shielding from the setting western sun. She sits in one of the Adirondack chairs on the Appenzellers' back porch and dials the number for Newbury Home Security.
NHS, this is Jackson. How can I help you?
A man answers, in a Revere accent so strong it could strip paint. Oh, hi. Can you help me with an alarm question?
I'll try.
My name's Peggy Monroe. I live out on the island. My daughter's supposed to walk Elsie Tanner's Neapolitan Mastiff while she's away, and Elsie gave her the key, but there's an old atomic alarms sticker in the window, and my daughter's worried that if she opens the door, the alarm will go off. Any suggestions? Rachel's new to the lying game. She isn't sure if it's better to say as little as possible, or to be chatty and give names and details in order to assuage suspicion. She went with the latter plan, and now she worries that she's messed up. Jackson yawns.
Well, ma'am, I guess I could come out there and take a look if you want, but it's a $50 minimum.
$50? That's more than she's getting paid to walk the dog.
Yeah, I figured. Look, I think your daughter should be okay. Atomic Alarms went out of business in the 90s. Breeze Security took over most of their operation, but the Breeze guys made sure they took all the old atomic signs off the window panes. So chances are, if there's an old atomic alarms sign up there, the alarm isn't connected to anything. Did she see any newer alarm signs?
No.
I'd say she's going to be okay. If she does get in trouble, call me back, and I'll come out there and see if there's anything I can do.
Thank you very much. She walks back to her house on the other side of Plum Island and finds a chisel and hammer in Marty's old toolbox. A toolbox he had never really used for anything. His brother Pete was the engineer, car expert, and fixer, not Marty. When they'd first moved up here, it had been Pete who had made the house livable when he was home from one of his tours. Her heart drops. If anything happens to Kylie, it will kill Pete. Uncle and niece dote on each other. Rachel feels the tears welling up again and forces them back down. Sobbing won't get Kylie back. She puts the hammer and chisel in a gym bag and grabs a flashlight. In case of trouble, she gets the shotgun too. It just about fits in the bag. It begins to drizzle as she walks along the basin trail. The sky is gray now and there are ominous black clouds to the west. Rain would be good. It'd deter dog walkers and busybodies. She wonders if the kidnappers have Kylie somewhere warm and safe. She's a sensitive girl. She needs looking after. Rachel makes a fist and slams it into her thigh. I'm coming, Kylie. I'm coming. She puts her hood up and walks along Northern Boulevard to the Appenzellers. Yeah, those cypress trees out front will do a pretty decent job at hiding nefarious goings-on inside. She cuts down the sandy path and hops the fence again. She examines the rectangular basement window that's 6 inches above the ground. It's 3 feet long and a foot tall. She taps the glass. It doesn't look too thick, but if you covered the glass with an acrylic sheet or a thick wooden board, you could perhaps effectively muffle sounds. She walks to the back porch and opens the screen door. Her heart is beating fast. It seems nuts to be doing this in broad daylight, but she has to get a move on. She takes the chisel out of the bag and positions it in the center of the lock at the keyhole. Then she raises the hammer and hits the chisel hard. There's a metallic thud, but when she tries the handle, it doesn't turn. She positions the chisel again and hits it much harder. This time it's a swing and a miss, and the hammer plows into the wooden door. Jesus, Rachel. She lifts the hammer back and strikes a 3rd time. The entire center mechanism collapses and bits come flying out. Rachel puts down the chisel and hammer and gingerly tries the door. The handle turns, and when she pushes, the door creaks open. She takes out the shotgun and the flashlight and, shaking all over, goes inside. 15. Thursday, 1:24 p.m. She stands in the house she's just broken into. 30 seconds of fear. No dogs come at her. No alarm sounds. No one yells. It isn't just luck. She has scouted it well. The house is musty and empty. A thin layer of dust coats the kitchen surfaces. No one has been in here since early September. She closes the kitchen door behind her and explores the home. 3 uninteresting levels and a very interesting basement with brick walls and a concrete floor, and nothing in it but a washing machine, a dryer, and a boiler. The house is held up by a series of concrete pillars, and she could, she thinks in disgust, chain someone to one of those pillars. She checks out the little window above the dryer. She'll cover that with a board she'll get from the hardware store in town. Rachel shivers with a mixture of fascination and revulsion. How can she think about this sort of thing so glibly? Is that what trauma does to you? Yes. It reminds her again of the chemo days, the numbness, the feeling of plunging into the abyss and falling forever. She goes upstairs, leaves through the back door, closes it, shuts the screen door, and makes sure the coast is completely clear before going down the back steps onto the beach. She walks home again through the sea spray and drizzle. She opens her MacBook at the living room table and begins checking the Facebook feeds on her list of potential targets. Selecting the right target is very important. You have to choose the right kind of victim with the right kind of family. People who won't lose their shit and go to the cops, and who have both the money to pay the ransom and the emotional wherewithal to carry out a kidnapping to get their child back. Again, she wonders why she was singled out. She wouldn't have picked herself. No way. She was going to pick someone much more together. A married couple, maybe, with money. She gets out her legal pad and comes up with some criteria so she can narrow down her long list. No one who knows her and might possibly recognize her voice. No one in Newburyport or Newberry or Plum Island. But also not someone who is too far away. No one in Vermont or Maine or south of Boston. People who have dough. People who look steady. No cops, journalists, or politicians. She scrolls through names and faces and again marvels at how willing people are to spill their intimate secrets on the web for anyone to see. Addresses, phone numbers, occupations, number of kids, where their kids go to school, all their hobbies and activities. A kid is probably the best bet. The most pliable. The least likely to struggle or escape, and the most likely to pull at the heartstrings of loved ones. But kids are well watched in this day and age. It might be tricky to grab a child without being seen. Except for my kid. Anybody can take my kid, Rachel says, and sniffs. She goes through Facebook and Instagram and Twitter and applies the criteria. She culls her long list down to 5 kids. She ranks the children in order of preference. 1. Denny Patterson of Raleigh, Mass. 2. Toby Dunleavy of Beverly, Mass. 3. Belinda Watson of Cambridge, Mass. 4. Chandra Singh of Cambridge, Mass. 5. Jack Fenton of Gloucester, Mass. I can't believe I'm doing this, Rachel says to herself. Although, of course, she doesn't have to do anything. She could go to the cops or the FBI. She takes time to consider it, to really think about it. The FBI are professionals, but the woman holding her daughter isn't afraid of the criminal justice system. She's afraid of the chain. The person above her on the chain has her son. And if Rachel is perceived as a defector, this woman's instructions are to murder Kylie and select a new target. The woman is sounding increasingly on edge. Rachel has no doubt she will do anything to get her son back. No FBI. And furthermore, when she makes the phone call that the woman made to her, she'll have to sound equally determined and dangerous. She looks at the notes she's made on her various targets. Her number one choice looks very good indeed. Denny Patterson, 12. Lives with his mom, Wendy, in Raleigh. Single mom, dad out of the picture. She isn't bankrupt. In fact, she seems to be quite well off. Rachel considers that. What is it that the operators of the chain want? The most important thing is that the chain itself continues. Some of the people on it will be richer than others, but more crucial than their wealth is the fact that they have to be clever and discreet enough to add another link and keep the whole thing going. Each individual link in the chain is precious. The targets have to have money, but they also have to be competent and pliable and afraid. Like she is now. A strong link with a few $100s in the bank is better than a weak link who is a millionaire. Kierkegaard said that boredom and fear lay at the root of all evil. The evil people behind the chain want the money they collect, and what they fear is the individual who might bring the whole thing crashing to a halt. Rachel is not going to be that person. Back to Denny. Denny's mom had a company that was bought by AOL back in the day. Loves her son, brags about him all the time. She seems tough and unlikely to go to pieces. 45 years old, ran the Boston Marathon twice, in 2013 and again last year. Faster last year. 4 hours, 2 minutes. Denny likes video games, Selena Gomez, and the movies, and the best thing, from Rachel's point of view, is that he's crazy about soccer. Goes to practice 3 times a week after school and often walks home. Walks home. Curly-haired, nice, normal kid. No allergies, no health problems, is not big for his age. In fact, he looks a little bit smaller than the average. Definitely not the goalkeeper for his team. The mom has one sister. She lives in Arizona. Dad not around, lives in South Carolina, remarried. No family, cop, or political connections. Wendy has embraced the digital future, Instagramming or tweeting her location and what she is up to practically every waking minute of the day. So if Rachel spies the kid at soccer practice, Wendy will let her know where the hell she is. Kid 1 sounds very promising. She now looks at Kid 2. Toby Dunleavy, also 12, from Beverly. Has a little sister. Mother continually updating everything they do on Facebook. She pulls up Helen Dunleavy's Facebook page. A smiling, pleasant-looking blonde about 35. I'm not neurotic. I am too busy to be neurotic, are the words under her photo. Helen lives in Beverly with her husband Mike and her son and daughter, Toby and Amelia. Mike is a management consultant in Boston with Standard Chartered. Helen is a part-time kindergarten teacher at North Salem Elementary School. Amelia is 8 years old, 4 years younger than Toby. Rachel scrolls through the Facebook feed. Helen teaches kindergarten 2 mornings a week, and the rest of the time she seems to spend updating her friends on Facebook about the family's doings. Mike Dunleavy apparently works long hours in Boston, and most nights doesn't come home until late. Rachel knows this because Helen posts about what train Mike is coming back on, and whether she is going to have the kids wait up for him or not. Rachel finds Mike's resume at LinkedIn. He's 39, originally from London, and recently lived in New York. No political or police background, and he looks stable enough. He has a food blog, he likes soccer, and he used to be an auctioneer before going into management consulting. His claim to fame is selling a can of Merda d'Artista by Piero Manzoni. Helen is one of 3 sisters. She's the middle child. Both of her sisters are homemakers. One is married to a lawyer. One is divorced from a food scientist. The kids get picked up from school every day without fail. But what makes Toby attractive is the fact that he has just started archery. Goes twice a week to the Salem and District Archery Club. Archery is Toby's big new passion. There's a link on his Facebook page to an adorable YouTube video of him shooting at various archery targets to the music of Ina Kamosi's Here Comes the Hot Stepper. And the great thing is that he walks home from the archery club, all by himself. He's a good boy. Kids should be doing more of that, Rachel thinks, and then remembers that she is exactly the reason why helicopter/overprotective parents exist. Kid 1 and Kid 2 both look promising, and she has 3 solid backups, too. She closes the computer, gets her coat, and drives into town to visit the hardware store. In the car, her phone begins to ring. Hello?
Hi, could I speak to Rachel O'Neill, please?
This is she.
Hi, Rachel. I'm Melanie, calling from the fraud department at Chase. I wanted to alert you to some unusual activity on your Visa card this morning.
Okay. Melanie asks her some verification questions and then gets to the point.
Apparently someone used your card to purchase $10,000 worth of Bitcoin. Do you know anything about that?
You didn't stop the order from going through, did you?
No, we didn't. But we were wondering...
It was me. I did it. It's all fine. It's an investment I'm making with my husband. Look, I'm really in the middle of something. I have to go.
So there's been no unusual activity?
Nope, nothing unusual. All good here. But thank you for calling. I really have to go. Goodbye, Rachel says, and hangs up. At the hardware store, she gets a board made for the Appenzeller's basement window, and when she's on the way back home, Marty calls. Finally. She tries not to burst into tears at his always amiable and cheery,
Hey, sweetie, what's up?
For some reason, you can't really hate Marty no matter how much you want to. Something about those green eyes and that dark, wavy hair. Rachel's mother had warned her that he was a rogue, but that kind of talk has always backfired on mothers.
Tammy said something about a leaky roof?
Marty inquires. What?
The roof. Tammy said rain was coming in?
Where are you, Marty? She asks, and almost adds, I need you.
I'm in Augusta. We're down here for the retreat.
When are you coming back?
I'll be back Friday evening to take Kylie for the weekend, don't worry.
Rachel stifles a sob.
Oh, Marty,
she whispers.
That's tomorrow, hon. Hang in there.
I will.
This isn't about the roof, is it? What's happening, babe? Something's wrong. Tell me.
Aside from the fact that I'm probably dying and our daughter's been kidnapped, she very nearly says, but doesn't. Doesn't because Marty would go straight to the police and wouldn't understand.
Is it about money? I haven't been good, I know that. I'll do better. I promise. Have you got a contractor?
No. I've got no help, Rachel says in a monotone.
How badly is the roof leaking?
I don't know.
Look, hon, I checked the weather. No roofer will come out in the rain tonight. Maybe Pete could help?
Pete? Where is Pete?
He's in Worcester, I think.
I'll send him a text. I think I'll be allowed to do that.
What are you talking about? Allowed by whom?
Nothing, no one. Yes, maybe I'll ask Pete. I'll think about that.
All right, sweetie. I really have to go, okay?
Okay, Marty, she says sadly.
Bye,
he says, and hangs up. Without his calming baritone, the car is chilly and silent once more. 16. Thursday, 2:44 p.m. Unless you are a bow hunter, a paraplegic, an ancient firearms enthusiast, or under the age of 18, deer hunting season in Massachusetts doesn't begin until November 27th. Pete, however, has never really bought into the logic of the Massachusetts hunting season dates, or, indeed, most laws, rules, and ordinances. He knows that if the rangers or a sheriff catches him, he could get fined, or worse. But the rangers won't catch him. Pete knows these woods west of Worcester the way other people know the bars outside Fenway, or the rotation of the girls at Hurricane Betty's. He's been hunting these forests since he was a boy. Admittedly, his senses are dulled somewhat because of his current issues, but even so, no clumsy sheriff's deputy or high-visibility vest-wearing ranger is going to surprise him. He often thinks about moving to Alaska, where there would be even fewer rangers and deputies, but Kylie will keep him in the state at least until she's off to college. Kylie is his only niece, and he's nuts about her. They text nearly every day, and he always takes her to those movies her mom can't sit through. Pete follows the big buck deeper into the birch forest. It has no idea it is being stalked. He's upwind of it, and he moves through the trees in utter silence. Pete is very good at this. In the Marines, he had been an engineering officer, but after a couple of years of building bridges under mortar fire, he had taken a sabbatical to attend the basic recon course at Camp Pendleton. He finished near the top of his class. The brass had wanted him to transfer to a recon battalion, but he'd done it only to test himself. He sights the old buck in his rifle and aims under the heart, but just as he is about to squeeze the trigger, his phone vibrates in his pocket.
Should have turned it off, he thinks. Didn't imagine there would be a signal out here.
He looks at it. 2 new messages, one from Rachel and one from Marty, both asking the same question. Where are you? He tries to respond to Rachel, but the message won't go through. He ignores Marty's text. He doesn't hate Marty, but they have little in common. There's 6 years between them, and by the time Marty was up walking and talking and starting to get interesting, Pete had been itching to get out of the house. And get out he had. At the age of 12, he had borrowed a neighbor's Chevy Impala and driven it all the way to East Franklin, Vermont. He'd been heading for Montreal, of all places, but he was stopped at the Canadian border and arrested. And nothing had happened. Nothing at all. The judge gave him the old blah 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 and a finger wagging. He'd stolen more cars after that, but was more careful. No attempts to cross the border. No racing. He hooked up with a bad crowd in high school, but nobody cared as long as he maintained a high B average, which he did. School bored him, but he somehow managed to get accepted to Boston University to study civil engineering. At BU, he just about maintained a C average. He spent most of his time playing with the new computer-aided design software, creating outrageous suspension bridges that could never be built, and old-fashioned cantilever bridges that no one wanted. He graduated in May of 2000 with no plans for or ideas about his future. He moved to New York and attempted to make a living as a cybersecurity expert on the burgeoning World Wide Web. Everybody said that the internet was the new gold rush, but Pete must have been panning in the wrong virtual rivers. He barely made enough to keep up with the interest on his student loans. But then a year later, September 11th. He went to Times Square the next morning. No one who was in New York then will ever forget that day after. It was a new world. At the recruiting booth, there was a line that stretched to 34th Street. Pete's grandfather had been in the Navy. With Pete's engineering degree and background, the recruiters recommended the Navy or the Marine Corps. Pete chose the Marines. And that was all she wrote for the next 13 years. Officer candidate school, the combat engineers, 7 overseas tours, 5 to operational theaters. After the Marines, he'd traveled some and finally moved back to Worcester. Now that chapter of his life is closed. Now he's just another unemployed 40-year-old who needs to take some free venison to make it through the winter. The stag lowers its big head to take a drink at a stream. There's a scar that runs along its left flank. They've both been in the wars. Pete has a clear shot, but something tells him that the stag is going to have to wait. He has that feeling you get in the back of the neck. Something is up. Something is wrong. He looks at the texts again. Where are you? Is Rach in some kind of trouble? He puts the rifle over his shoulder and looks for some slightly higher ground to see if he can get a signal, but now his phone says that it's got 1% charge. He climbs the little hill above the waterfall and tries texting from there, but in the 2 minutes that takes, of course his phone dies. The big stag turns to look at him. They stare at each other for 3 seconds. Spooked, it slips between the trees. Pete watches it vanish with regret. Food stamps go only so far. He secures the rifle and heads back to his truck. And now his skin is starting to crawl. Is it that time already? He looks at the sky. It can't be 3 o'clock. But evidently it is. He hikes through the autumnal wood and finds his pickup truck undisturbed in the firebreak. Unfortunately, he hasn't brought his phone charger, so he will have to wait until he gets back to his apartment in Worcester to see what Rachel wants. 17. Thursday, 3:27 p.m. Kylie sits in the sleeping bag. She holds the toothpaste tube in one hand, her wrists aching from the effort of trying to pick the handcuff lock. She remembers a YouTube video Stuart wanted to show her about 3 ways to get out of handcuffs. Stuart loves that kind of thing. Houdini, magic, escapes. She hadn't watched it. She'd been on her own phone scrolling for the video about a new secret chamber someone had found in the Great Pyramid. Next time she would pay attention. If there is a next time, she thinks with a rush of terror. She breathes deep and closes her eyes. She likes magic also. The Egyptians lived in a god and demon-infested world. There are demons here too, but they are human beings. She wonders if her mom is doing the things the kidnappers want her to do. She wonders if the kidnappers have mistaken her mom for someone else, someone with access to a bank vault or government secrets. She takes a big breath, lets it out slowly, does it again. She's calmer now. Not calm, but calmer. She listens to the nothing. No, not nothing. There's always something. Crickets, a jet, a very distant river. Seconds tick past, then minutes. She wants the river to take her away from this place, these people, away from all of it. It doesn't matter where. She wants to lie back and let the current float her down through the marshes to the Atlantic. No, that's fake. A dream. This is real. This basement, these cuffs. Be in the now, the school counselor had said in that mindfulness class they had all mocked. Be present and see everything there is to see in the now. She opens her eyes. She looks, really looks. She sees everything there is to see. 18. Thursday, 3:31 p.m. Wendy Patterson picks up Denny from Raleigh Elementary School, takes him to soccer practice at Raleigh High School, then drives into Ipswich and gets herself a soy chai latte from the Starbucks. She Instagrams a picture of the latte and a Thanksgiving cookie that she got for Denny. Denny has changed into his soccer clothes and is doing dribbling drills with the team. Rachel watches him from her Volvo 240 parked across the street, while using her phone to monitor Wendy's tweets, Facebook updates, and Instagrams. She watches him and feels sick with doubt. How can she do this? It's the most evil thing you could ever do to a mom, to a family. But then she thinks about Kylie locked in some crazy woman's basement. It's the most evil thing you can do, but it has to be done. She watches Denny play, and when the practice is over, she sees that, yep, Wendy is still in Ipswich at the Starbucks. The drizzle has stopped now, and it looks like Denny is going to be walking home. Wendy doesn't indicate on her Facebook feed that she is coming to pick him up. Could Rachel grab him now? She had thought that this would be a scouting trip, not a snatch-and-grab mission. She hasn't prepared the Appenzeller house yet. The board isn't over the basement window. She doesn't have a mattress down there. But if the opportunity presents itself? She follows the little boy in her car as he walks home with a friend. Obviously, she can't grab two kids, so she'll have to wait until they part. She knows she must look very suspicious, creeping along at 5 miles per hour following two little boys. She hasn't thought this through properly. She has no idea where in Raleigh Denny's house is. Is he on the main road? Down a cul-de-sac? She curses herself for not figuring out the route from the high school to his house on Google Maps. The friend hangs with Denny for a few blocks, but then waves and leaves. And Denny is by himself. Little Denny, all alone. Rachel's pulse quickens. She looks at the front passenger seat. Gun, ski mask, handcuffs, blindfold. She rolls the window down and checks her mirrors. There are witnesses. An old man with a dog, a high school girl jogging. Raleigh is a sleepy little community, but not quite sleepy enough today. And then, just like that, Denny walks up a driveway, takes a key out of his pocket, and goes into his house. Rachel parks the Volvo on the other side of the street and checks Wendy's Facebook feed. Now she is coming home, it says. Rachel has about 8 or 9 minutes with Denny in there by himself. Is he by himself? Is there a dog or a housekeeper or something? Can she just put on the ski mask, march across the road, and ring the doorbell? How can she get him into the car if she has to make a quick getaway? In the movies, lone kidnappers used chloroform-soaked rags to get their victims. Could you buy chloroform at the pharmacy? What if she used too much and sent the frickin' kid into cardiac arrest? She puts her face in her hands. How is this happening to her? When is she going to wake up from this nightmare? She goes through these thoughts over and over until it's too late. Wendy's white VW SUV rolls up in front of the house, and Wendy gets out. Rachel curses herself. She's blown it. Almost on purpose. Almost on purpose out of sheer cowardice. But as soon as his mom appears, Denny comes outside, and he and a kid from next door start playing basketball on the other kid's hoop. She watches them both greedily, the way a predator watches its prey. Either would do in a pinch. If she could get one of them alone. She looks at her watch. Not yet 5 o'clock. This morning when she woke up, she had been a completely different person. As J.G. Ballard pointed out, civilization is just a thin, fragile veneer over the law of the jungle. Better you than me. Better your kid than my kid. When the one-on-one basketball game is over, Denny goes back inside. A few moments later, a Lowell Police Department patrol car pulls up in front of the Pattersons' house, and a 6'3" uniformed cop gets out. Rachel slinks down in her seat, but the cop hasn't come for her. He is carrying a giant box of Legos. He rings the Pattersons' bell, and Wendy answers. She gives him a kiss, and Rachel watches the cop go inside. She watches through the living room window as he ruffles little Denny's hair and gives him the Legos. I guess Wendy doesn't report everything on Facebook and Instagram, Rachel thinks. And there goes Kid 1. No law enforcement. The rules are clear. She takes out her notebook and her phone. Kid 2 is now Kid 1. Toby Dunleavy. Rachel looks at Helen Dunleavy's Facebook feed. She selected Helen because she was another one of those people who felt the need to share everything that was happening to them every half an hour or so. She seems like a nice lady, though, and a good mom. That's the kind you want. A good mom who will do anything to get her child back. She deep dives on Mike, Helen's husband. Standard Chartered is a safe, boring enough place to work. He's probably used to dealing with stress, and he'll have money to pay a ransom. Mike is English, but lived in Manhattan for many years. He has a food blog, and he'd written a funny post titled, "What Came First, Zabar's or the Upper West Side?" Another nice guy. Not a guy you'd want to put through hell. But then, nobody should be put through what she's going through. She pauses and again racks her brain for any other way out of this, but nothing comes to mind. Follow the chain. That's all. If you follow the chain, you get your kid back. If you don't... Her iPhone begins ringing as she's looking at Toby's Tumblr feed. The screen says, "Unknown caller." "Hello?" Rachel says hesitantly.
How are things going, Rachel?
A voice asks. It's someone speaking through a voice distorter. The original someone who contacted her this morning when she was on I-95. "Who are you?" Rachel demands.
I'm your friend, Rachel. A friend who will tell you the truth no matter how bitter that truth is. You're a philosopher, aren't you?
I guess.
You know what they say. The living are only a species of the dead, aren't they? And a very rare species at that. The cradle rocks over the abyss. Your daughter's named Kylie, is that right?
Yes. She's a great kid. She's all I have.
If you want her to stay in the land of the living, if you want her to come back safely, you're going to have to get your hands dirty.
I know. I'm researching targets right now.
Good. That's what we want. Do you have a piece of paper nearby?
Yes.
Write this down. 2348383HUDYKDY2. Say it back to me.
Rachel repeats it.
That's the Wicker account name for this part of the chain. That's WICKR. You'll need to download the app on your phone. Send the details of the targets you are considering to that account. Someone here may vet this list. We may veto some of your choices. Sometimes we veto all the candidates, and occasionally we suggest some of our own. Is that clear?
I think so.
Is it clear or not?
It is. Look, I might need help with this part, but I don't know if I can bring in Marty, my ex-husband. He might want to go straight to the cops.
Then you'd better not bring him in,
the distorted voice says quickly. His brother Pete was in the Marines, but he's definitely not a fan of law enforcement. He had some trouble with the police when he was a kid, and I think he was arrested last year in Boston.
That doesn't mean much. I hear the Boston PD will arrest you for anything.
Rachel sees a small opportunity here. A little seed of something that might never grow, but that is nevertheless a seed. Yeah, Rachel says, and then adds with seeming indifference. They'll arrest you for jaywalking, arrest you for banging a Yui. The distorted voice stifles a laugh and mutters,
Very true.
Before immediately getting back to business.
We may allow this ex-brother-in-law of yours. Send me his details on Wicker.
I will.
Very good. We're making progress. This is how it's worked for many, many years. The chain will get you through, Rachel,
the voice says, and then the line goes dead. The Lowell cop exits the Patterson house and walks to his car. Wendy comes to the door and waves. It's time to leave this street and this town. Rachel puts the key in the Volvo's ignition. The car backfires and the cop turns to look at her. She has no choice but to wave to him through the window. Yet another person who has seen her do something weird or suspicious today. She drives along Route 1A onto Rolfs Lane, takes the turnpike, and goes over the bridge to Plum Island. Half a block from her house, she sees Kylie's geeky friend Stuart approaching. Shit! She rolls her window down, stops the car. Hello, Stu, she says casually.
Mrs. O'Neill, Ms. Klein, I was wondering where Kylie was today. I didn't get a text from her. Mrs. M said she was sick.
That's right. Kylie's not well, Rachel says.
Oh? What's wrong?
Stomach flu. that kind of thing.
Wow, really? She seemed okay yesterday.
It was very sudden.
Must have been. She texted me this morning and didn't say anything. I thought she might have been trying to get out of that Egyptology presentation, which is crazy because,
She's the expert, I know. Like I said, it was, very sudden. Stuart seems puzzled and not entirely convinced.
Anyway, we all texted her and she never got back to us.
Rachel tries to think of a reasonable explanation. Yeah, we've lost wireless in the house, which is why she's been out of touch. She can't text or Instagram or anything.
I thought she still had minutes left on her phone.
Nope.
Hey, do you want me to come over and look at your wireless? It might be a router issue.
No, better not. I'm coming down with the flu bug as well. It's very contagious. Don't want to get you sick too. I'll definitely tell Kylie you were asking for her.
Okay, bye,
he says, and she stares at him until, intimidated, he turns and waves and walks back down the road again. She drives the remaining 50 yards to the house. She hasn't thought of that. Kylie's school friends text and message all the time. If Kylie goes radio silent for more than an hour, it creates a big vacuum in their lives. And soon she'll start running out of plausible excuses. Another thing to worry about, on top of everything else. 19. Thursday, 5:11 p.m. Pete isn't home yet, but he can't take it anymore. He's been in the woods all day. His skin is crawling. His skin is on fire. It is, as old man De Quincey said, the itch that can never be scratched. He pulls the Dodge Ram off Route 2 and into the Wachusett Mountains State Reservation. There's a pond there that nobody ever goes to. He reaches over the seat and grabs his backpack. He looks up and down the road, but there's no one around. From the backpack, he removes a small plastic bag of premium-grade Mexican heroin. The DEA crackdown on legit opiates has affected all the patients who get their meds through the VA. Pete was able to fill the gap through the dark web for a while, but then the feds got active there, too. Heroin is actually easier to obtain than OxyContin now, and heroin is much more effective anyway, especially Golden Triangle H and the new stuff coming up from Guerrero. He takes out a spoon and his Zippo lighter and a syringe and a rubber arm tie. He cooks the heroin, ties off a vein, sucks the drug up into the syringe, and flicks the needle to get the air bubbles out. He injects himself and then quickly puts the paraphernalia in the glove compartment in case he passes out and a National Park Service clown gets nosy. He looks through the windshield at the fall foliage and the azure pond water. The trees aren't at their peak, but they're still beautiful. Fiery oranges and reds and crazy sunburned yellows. He relaxes and lets the heroin dissolve in his bloodstream. He's never looked at the statistics, so he has no idea how many veterans are opiate addicts of some sort, but he imagines the number is quite high, especially for people who have done a couple of combat tours. During the '08 surge, every single member of his company had been injured or wounded. After a while, people just stopped reporting themselves to the medics. What was the point? Nothing they could do about a concussion or a broken rib or a sprained back. You were just taking up a bed when your buddies were out there clearing roads and removing explosive charges from bridges. What these opiates do, what heroin does, is remove the pain from your body temporarily. All the accumulated pain of all those decades walking the earth. Pain from the grinding of bone on bone. Pain from falls. Pain from people dropping girders on you. Pain from the incompetent operation of machinery. Pain from falling 30 feet into a wadi. Pain from an overpressure shockwave from an IED 30 feet to your rear. And that's just the physical pain. He tilts the car seat back and lets the heroin ease his burdens in a way that even sleep cannot. The mu opioid receptors in his brain activate a cascade that leads to a release of dopamine and a rush of well-being. His eyes flicker, and he zoetropes the strange twiggy trees on the pond's far shore, the falling leaves, and the thin-legged wading birds walking over the pond's mercury surface. Memories and images flood his mind whenever he uses. Usually bad memories. Usually the war. Sometimes 9/11. He thinks about Kara and Blair. He's just over 40, but he has been married and divorced twice. Nearly everybody he knows is in the same boat, of course, and it's worse among the enlisted men. Sergeant McGrath, a guy on his last tour, had been divorced 4 times. Kara was just a youthful mistake. They were married for only 13 months. But Blair? Oh boy. Blair was a Townes Van Zandt song. She had taken a big chunk of his heart, his life, and his money. Money. Another worry. 7 more years in the Marines and he could have retired on half pay. But the truth was that he had just barely avoided court-martial for what had happened at Bastion in September 2012.
Women, money, the goddamn war. Hell with it all,
he thinks, and closes his eyes and lets the heroin fix him. The H fixes him. Fixes him in spades. He sleeps for about 20 minutes and wakes and drives to a 7-Eleven to buy a pack of Marlboros and a Gatorade. The worry about Rachel has temporarily slipped his mind. He gets back in the cab and turns on the radio. They're playing Springsteen. It's new Springsteen, and he doesn't know new Springsteen, but it's all right. He lights himself a cigarette and sips the Gatorade, and then drives to Holden, where he takes 122A into town. He's been back in Worcester about 2 months now. He doesn't feel sentimental about the place. He has no family left here and very few friends from the old days. The apartment is in an old mill that has been converted into condos. It's only a flop to crash and get mail. He parks the car and goes inside. He grabs a Sam Adams from the fridge and plugs the iPhone into the charger. When it comes back to life, he looks at a second text from Rachel.
They said it was okay for me to bring you in. Call me, please, it says.
He dials her number and she answers immediately.
Pete?
She asks.
Yeah. What's up?
Are you home?
Yeah. What's going on?
I'll call you right back,
she says. The phone rings. It says unknown caller.
Rachel?
I'm calling you from a burn phone. Oh, Pete, I need to talk to somebody. I tried to talk to Marty, but he's in Georgia. Oh, God.
She begins and dissolves into sobs.
Have you been in an accident? What's happening?
He asks.
It's Kylie. They've taken Kylie. They've kidnapped her.
What? Are you sure she's not just...
They've taken her, Pete.
Have you called the police?
I can't call the cops, Pete. I can't call anybody.
Call the police, Rachel. Call them now.
I can't, Pete. It's complicated. It's so much worse than you can imagine.
20. Thursday, 6 p.m. Pete has the same recurring thought as Rachel does. If they harm one hair on Kylie's head, he will scorch their world and stamp on the smoldering ashes. He will spend the rest of his life hunting them down and killing them all. No one is going to harm Kylie, and they are going to get her back. Pete drives the Dodge Ram hard to the front gate of the self-storage yard on Route 9. He parks outside locker 33. It's the biggest locker you can get, the size of a couple of garages. He had graduated from the small locker to the medium one, and now to their deluxe storage facility. He opens the padlock, rolls up the metal door, finds the light switch, and pulls the door closed behind him. When his mom sold the house and moved to that place near Scottsdale, Pete had just taken all his stuff and dumped it in here, adding to it over the years. Until he bought the apartment he's in now, he had never really had a civilian house. He'd lived in the married quarters at Camp Lejeune and a succession of billets in Iraq, Qatar, Okinawa, and Afghanistan. This anonymous self-storage place between the road and the old ruined freight railway is the closest thing he's got to a permanent home. He can spend hours here going through his old crap, but today he ignores the nostalgia boxes and goes straight to the gun cabinet on the wall at the back. Rachel was confused and unclear on the phone. Kylie had been kidnapped, and at this stage Rachel didn't want to go to the police. She wanted to cooperate with the kidnappers and do what they asked. If he can't persuade her to bring in the FBI, the two of them will need to be well armed. He unlocks the gun cabinet and takes out both of his handguns, his grandfather's Navy-issue .45 caliber ACP and his own Glock 19, and finally his Winchester 12-gauge. His rifle is in the cab already. He takes spare ammo for all the weapons and grabs a couple of flashbang stun grenades he'd smuggled home. If this becomes a rescue mission, what else will he need? He gets his B&E equipment, lockpick kit, sledgehammer, EM alarm jammer, latex gloves, flashlight, and the bugging and anti-bugging gear he'd acquired for his post-corps corporate work. He loads everything into the Dodge Ram and wonders, what else? He takes the Ziploc bag containing his stash of heroin out of the glove compartment. This would be the time to go cold turkey, to end it, leave it here and drive away without it. He has other priorities now. Never going to get another opportunity like this one. Torch it. Ride the pain. Get Kylie back. 2 roads, yellow wood, all that shit. He stands there, hesitating, thinking. He shakes his head, puts the plastic bag in his jacket pocket, closes the locker, exits the storage yard, and heads for the highway. 21. Thursday, 8:30 p.m. Rachel has researched the Dunleavy family until her eyes are tearing and her head is spinning. She knows them better than they know themselves. She's read every blog and Facebook feed and Instagram post, every tweet and retweet. She knows that Toby took up archery because he was inspired by a Danish speed archer in a YouTube video, not his father's bow hunting proclivities. She knows that Amelia Dunleavy has a peanut allergy and that her elementary school has banned peanuts because of it. She's read all of Mike's newish bow hunting blog and his food blog all the way back to his very first post in 2012, a recipe for a chocolate bundt cake. She knows that Helen wanted to return to work full-time, but was worried she didn't have the energy required to be a 5th-grade teacher. Tons of stuff like that. Some of it helpful to Rachel, most of it not. She closes the files on her computer and looks at her notes. She's printed out a map of Beverly and drawn the possible routes back from the archery club to the Dunleavy house. It'll have to be researched on the ground. She has prepared a B target and a C target, but she knows little Toby Dunleavy is going to be the one. Full dark now on the basin. The boats are in for the night. Clothes are everywhere. The cat's litter box is unemptied. The breakfast dishes are still there. The house is a goddamn Tracy Emin piece of modern art commemorating a more innocent time that is never coming back. Rachel examines her left breast. It doesn't feel any different, but the doctor is probably right to be concerned. There could well be something malignant growing in there again. If she does nothing, the malignant entity will kill her, erase her from existence. How pleasant that would be. She stares through the window. The clarity of the light has faded, and the agitated sky has turned dark blue and black. The drizzle has become rain. She hears what sounds like a pickup truck coming down the lane. She sprints outside. Pete gets out of the cab and she runs to him, and he puts his arms around her and they stand there in the downpour saying nothing for 15 seconds. Pete helps her back inside and they sit at the living room table.
Tell me the whole story from the beginning,
Pete says. Rachel tells Pete everything that happened since that first phone call, including everything she has done. Paid the ransom, gotten the phones, gotten a gun, broken into the Appenzellers' house, tried to figure out exactly whom to kidnap. She doesn't tell him about the renewed concerns of her oncologist. That's between her and death. Pete listens but says nothing. He lets her talk. He tries to take it all in. It's incredible. He has seen evil up close in Afghanistan and Iraq, but he wasn't expecting something this clinical and diabolical in America. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine a malevolent force like this coming near his family. This is some serious organized crime or cartel shit. "What do you think?" Rachel asks when she's done.
I think we have to go to the cops, Rachel,
he says soberly. She's been expecting this answer. She shows him the story about the Williams family on her laptop, and while he's reading it, she tells him about the man outside the bank. She takes his hand. "You didn't speak to them, Pete. I did. That woman holding Kylie is terrified for her son. If they tell her to kill Kylie, she will. I know she will. She'll kill Kylie and select another victim to stay good with them. Keeping the chain going is our only option." She knows she sounds like someone in a cult, but that pretty much sums it up. She's all in now. She believes them, and she wants Pete to believe them too.
So to get Kylie back, we'll have to kidnap someone,
he says, shaking his head in horror. "We have to, Pete. If we don't, they kill her. If we go to the police, they kill her. If we ever talk about it, they kill her." Pete's mind goes back to that class he had been forced to take on ethics at Quantico. The Israeli IDF guest lecturer had given them a presentation on why it was ethical to disobey an illegal order. Morality entered into the equation even in the military. And what Rachel is contemplating now is not only illegal but absolutely morally wrong. Morally wrong from every conceivable angle. The ethically right play would be to go to the FBI immediately. Find the nearest FBI field office and tell them the whole story. But that will get Kylie killed. Rachel believes that, and he believes her. And Kylie's safe return is the only thing Pete cares about. The decision's been made. If they have to kidnap someone to get her back, he'll do it. If he has to kill someone to get her back, he'll do it. If he gets her back and they stick him in a cage for 50 years, it will be easy time. Easy because Kylie will be safe. "This morning they sent me a photo of Kylie to show me that she's safe," Rachel says. Shaking, she gives Pete her phone. Pete looks at the photo of little Kylie blindfolded and sitting on a mattress in a basement. There are few clues to her location that he can see. She's been given Poland Spring water, and she's got graham crackers, but those you can get anywhere. Kylie does not seem to have been physically abused, but of course she must be terrified beyond belief. He goes to the kitchen and pours himself some coffee. He takes a moment to assess the situation.
"We're ruling out the police? Definitely?"
he asks. The chain voice and the woman holding Kylie were both very clear. They said that if I break any of the rules, they'll have to kill Kylie and move on to another target.
How will they know if you're breaking any of the rules?
I don't know.
Have they bugged your house? Have you had a break-in recently or any unusual visitors?
No, nothing like that, but I think they hacked my phone earlier today. They knew a police car was behind me on the highway. And they know who I'm calling and what I'm talking about. They seem to know where I am at all times. I think they might have been looking through the phone's camera. Can they do that? Pete nods, turns off Rachel's iPhone and puts it in a drawer. He closes her MacBook and places it with the phone.
Sure. You say you bought disposable phones?
Yes.
Use them for all outgoing calls from now on. And don't use your computer again. I've brought mine. They've probably hijacked the camera on your phone and computer, and disabled the camera light so that they can see you, and you don't even know it's on. The stuff that goes on in Intel Black Ops would blow your mind.
I covered the camera with a piece of tape.
That's a good idea, but just be aware that they might be listening too. I'll search the house for bugs. You say you haven't had a break-in? What about an unscheduled TV repair guy or plumber or anything like that?
Nothing like that.
Good. Could just be spyware. Now, what have you told Marty?
Nothing so far. He's in Augusta playing golf.
He's my little brother, and I love him. But Marty's got a mouth, and if you're worried about security or someone going to the FBI...
Nothing that will risk Kylie, she says.
Pete takes her cold, trembling hand in his.
It's going to be okay,
he says. She nods and looks into his dark, steady eyes.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. We're going to get her back.
Why me, do you think? Why my family? She asks.
I don't know.
She said she researched me online. She saw that Marty and I did that Peace Corps project in Guatemala. She saw Harvard and cancer survivor and all my jobs, and she thought I seemed like someone who had her act together. I'm not. I'm a loser, Pete. I'm weak.
You're not.
I've screwed up my whole life. I invested everything in Marty. I can't even look after my own daughter.
Stop it, Rach.
I don't own a gun. I had to buy one. Today.
Another smart move.
Today was the first time I've ever fired one.
Pete now takes both of her hands in his.
Trust me, Rachel. You're handling this. And now I'm here to help you.
In the Marines, I know you were an engineer, but have you ever had occasion to...
Yes,
he says simply.
More than once?
Yes.
She nods and takes a deep breath.
I drove up to New Hampshire to get the gun and the other supplies. I was nearly seen by someone on the island, but I think I gave her the slip.
That's good, too.
How can anyone carry out any kind of criminal enterprise in New England when everybody knows everybody?
Pete smiles.
We'll figure it out, Rach. What else have you done?
Here are my targets,
she says, handing Pete the list of vulnerable kids who fit the criteria.
You want stable parents who look as if they won't go to the cops and who'll carry out a kidnapping?
Pete asks.
They can't be broke, and they can't have any connection to cops, journalists, or politicians. And they have to have kids of the right age. No kids with special needs, no diabetics or anything like that.
What about kidnapping a spouse instead of a child?
Pete asks.
You can't be sure of how someone will feel about a spouse. Look at us. 3 divorces between us. But all parents love their kids, right?
Right. Well, this seems okay. Toby Dunleavy, that's your number 1 target?
Yep. I had a different number 1, but the mom was dating a cop.
Have you been over to the Dunleavy house?
Nope. Gonna do that later tonight. But first I need your help with the mattress and the board at the Appenzellers.
Where is this place?
Just across the basin. Come on, I'll take you.
They go outside in the rain and walk along the basin trail.
A lot of these big houses are vacant this time of year,
Rachel explains.
You broke into one of these by yourself?
Pete asks. Yep. I knew the Appenzellers were gone. I was a little worried about an alarm, but there wasn't one.
You did well. I've done a few B&Es myself, and it's always scary.
We can go in through the back,
Rachel says when they reach the path next to the Appenzeller house.
This place is a good choice, Rach. I like the brick,
Pete says.
How did you pick the lock?
I didn't. I hit the mechanism with a chisel.
Where did you learn how to do that?
Google.
They go inside, and up on the first floor they grab a mattress and